Chapter 300. The blue sky was like a huge mirror without a speck of dust. The bright sunlight poured down from the sky, and the two dazzling suns chased each other as they slowly wandered towards the top of the sky. The autumn wind blew gently, bringing with it the smell of the earth and the fresh smell of the grass and trees, adding a bit of vitality to the atmosphere. The chilling autumn was extremely obvious in the northern wilderness. The earth wore a golden sweater, and withered yellow leaves and bright maple leaves floated down. A silver ship quietly pushed the golden maple leaves away from the surface of the water. It floated leisurely in the water and flowed down with the current. On the small ship, there were only 5 people. Among them, a young man in black stood at the bow of the ship, humming a song. In his arms was a little girl of about 10 years old. Listening to him humming, the little girl shook her head. A girl with a slightly transparent body sat at the bow of the ship. She kept shaking her 2 dazzlingly white, round, and long legs. She tapped lightly on the water and drew a line in the water. However, she was so cold that she frowned. The people on the ship were naturally Yun Nuashing and the others. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to continue their journey. They sailed the Dragon Xian Silver and floated away with the current. He had changed into a slightly younger face. The so-called life is to be comfortable. Yun Nuashing stretched and yawned lazily. The warm sunlight shone on her body, making her feel lazy. In this kind of weather, it was the best time to sleep. Brother is a lazy bum. Ming saw this and could not help but pinch his nose. He smiled foolishly. This is called enjoyment. It's such a waste not to sleep in such good weather. Yun Nuashing stuck her tongue out and smiled. Behind him, Ziyen, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, pursed her lips and laughed. Her purple clothes were bright and moving, and even the sunlight in the sky lost its splendor for an instant. She rather liked this kind of ordinary life. Being ordinary and indifferent was also a kind of truth. The river was very wide, and it was not a problem for more than 10 ships to sail side by side. It was also very gentle. The autumn wind blew along the lawn by the shore. Coupled with the warm sunlight, it was so comfortable that it made people want to sleep. In the water, fishes jumped up from time to time, splashing water. They swung their tails in the air and fell back into the water. Yuan Shi, who was squatting by the side of the boat, was staring at the flying fish that were jumping up and down. Suddenly, he reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed a fish that was very close to him. Then, he hung it over the bonfire that was burning brightly. In this row, there were actually 4 or 5 fish that were hanging on the bonfire. Yuan Shi took a deep breath, licked his lips, and shouted at the bow of the ship, "Nuashing, 3 beauties, do you want to eat grilled fish?" "Oh, let's eat fish." Hearing that there was food, Ming Ming's eyes lit up. He jumped down from Yun Nuashing's arms and jumped over to Yuan Shi. "Little foodie." Yun Nuashing and Zian shook their heads helplessly. Night slowly fell, and darkness slowly pulled the curtains from the other side of the sky. The 2 suns were on a horizontal line and set on the other side of the horizon, forming 2 semicircles. The orange light illuminated the entire sky as if it was about to burn. Under the water, a long strip of light was reflected. As the egg yolk fell, it was annihilated in the water. Endless starlight descended, crossing an immeasurable distance and landing on the other side of the starry sky. The bright stars decorated the sky, and 2 bright strips of light crossed in the sky. On the other side of the sky, the ball of light was like a huge sun, tearing apart the darkness of the night. The 2 moons approached the middle of the sky, and their purple brilliance made the realm of the gods seem like a dream. On the ship, Yun Nuashing's body glowed faintly. Ever since he merged with the power of the stars, his body would automatically absorb the boundless power of the stars that drifted between heaven and earth every night. The light that flowed on the surface of his body was like a universe, flickering with faint starlight. Every time this happened, he would say self-deprecatingly, "It's like a lamp has been lit. Brother lit the lamp again." Seeing Yun Nuoxing suddenly glowing, Ming shouted excitedly. His little hand caught the floating fluorescent light in the light. Yun Nuoxing, you don't have to light candles in the future. Xian covered her mouth and giggled, making the night sky much brighter. Brother Nuoxing, restrain the power of the stars. Otherwise, you won't be able to hide in the darkness in the future. At the bow of the ship, Lan Shiner also laughed. After teasing him, she immersed her mind into the ball of light in her palm. This was the language of the gods and the language of the modern world that Yun Nuoxing had compiled during this period of time. Lan Shiner also put in a lot of effort to learn it because she was from the mythological era. If she didn't learn the language of the modern world, she wouldn't be able to communicate with Xian and the others. She couldn't always let Yun Nuoxing translate for her every time. Girls needed to have some private conversations. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The power of the stars flew to him on its own. It wasn't that he didn't want to control it, but that he couldn't control it at all. Use the power of the stars to wash your body. Over time, the marks of the stars will be engraved in your flesh. It's equivalent to forming a starry sky world. It will be of great help to adapt to the starry sky in the future. The netherworld ruins sword appeared on his body and reminded him, making him feel even more helpless. Sigh. When Yuanxi heard this, he looked at Yun Nuoxing a little enviously and said, "The divine body of spiritual absorption. It's really amazing. Go away. You have the divine body. It can even be said that you can become a god. Why are you envious of my body, which no one knows about?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and knocked him on the head. But everyone in the world knows about the divine body. I've never heard of the divine body of spiritual absorption before. It's an even rarer body. Yuanxi laughed, picked up the wine jug next to him, and took a small sip. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Late at night, the few of them slept side by side on the deck. Yun Nuoxing stared at the stars, then looked down and sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say when he slept. He had little Ming in his arms. Lan Shiner refused to go back to him and insisted on using his arm as a pillow. On the other side, Xian looked at him. Although they didn't make any intimate movements, his eyes were full of eagerness. The two men stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Yuanxi glanced at him and couldn't help but mutter, "Nuoxing, you've been torturing single people all day long. My health bar is almost empty." Yun Nuoxing was stunned and didn't understand. Sigh. Yuanxi sighed heavily and pointed at himself. He smiled bitterly and said, "Consider that there's a single dog here, okay?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Looking at the three beautiful girls, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said, "Brother, you think too much. These two are my sisters, and this is my confidant. There's nothing between us." Little Cece feels lonely. Seeing this, Lan Xian unwillingly moved closer to Yun Nuoxing and mocked him with her stiff modern language. Please don't torture me." Yuanxi looked up and roared. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Calm down. Pretend that you didn't hear anything. Go to sleep." Yun Nuoxing smiled silently. Late at night, a roar like that of an injured beast came from the riverside. It made the people who heard it shrink their necks. Bang! "Hey, who crashed into the boat? Keep an eye on it." Early in the morning, Yun Nuoshing slowly woke up amidst the noise. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes in a daze. What entered his eyes was a huge jade-colored object, sparkling and translucent like jade. On the side of the ship, many people stuck their heads out and looked down. Some of them frowned in dissatisfaction. Yun Nuoshing, who was in a daze, looked at the object for a long time. She rubbed her eyes and quickly woke them up. Then she cupped her hands and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm still in a daze." Hearing this, the people on the boat burst into laughter. Seeing that their boat was a little small, they asked them to get on. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled, awkwardly. Long Xianin was a little conspicuous, so he deliberately made the boat smaller. It was only a few times bigger than a small boat. He didn't want to refuse their kindness, so he put away the boat and landed on the boat with the others. After getting on the boat, they saw that it was very big. It was about 300 meters long. There were cultivators and some ordinary people on it. The sun was high in the sky, and it was very bright. This river was many times bigger than the one they drifted on at the beginning. There were many boats floating around, and all of them were either rich or noble. After waking up Xian, who was seriously in a daze, Yun Nuoshing went to pay the bill. However, he was rejected. He was a little confused. So he asked about the situation here. It was not normal for so many boats to appear out of nowhere. Don't you know? The Jiao Dragon King is celebrating his 100,000th birthday. His children are holding a celebration in the Jiao Dragon Palace. People from all over the world have come to celebrate the birthday. Many big shots have come. We're going to join in the fun and make friends with them. According to my master, we're doing good deeds. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. She blinked and said with a smile, "Your master is a very special person, isn't he?" "Of course." Speaking of this, the ship owner proudly straightened his back and rattled off a bunch of things, such as disaster relief, helping the poor, traveling around to help others, doing good deeds every day, and so on. His footprints were all over the great river, and he could be seen in half of the divine land. After 10 minutes, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and left the excited owner of the boat. She quietly wiped the saliva on her face and could not help but mutter, "He's really good at talking." When she walked back to the deck, she saw a few young people surrounding Yuan Shi. They kept talking, but their eyes were fixed on Xian, who was behind him. Yuan Shi also looked righteous and awe-inspiring as he stood in front of her. The majesty of the Yuan family's young master seeped out from his body. Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and glanced left and right. She had a rough idea of what was going on, so she quickened her pace and walked over. "Hey, young master, we're just here to talk to this girl. What does it have to do with you?" The young man standing at the front was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked rather delicate. His eyes were fixed on Xian, who was hiding behind Yuan Shi, as he smiled. Hearing this, Yuan Shi raised his eyebrows and looked at Xian, who was pouting behind him. He shrugged and said, "Can't you see that she's unwilling? Young man, you can't force someone to drink from a cow's head." Yuan Shi sighed with his hands on his waist. He was actually about the same age as these people. When he spoke, he sounded like an old man. Yun Nuoshing could not help but laugh. Hearing this, the young people frowned and looked at him coldly. Just as they were about to say something, Yun Nuoshing walked up from the side at the right time and put her arm around Xian's delicate shoulders. "What happened?" Yun Nuoshing smiled brightly as she pulled Xian slightly into her arms. Xian's pretty face blushed slightly when she was suddenly pulled into her arms. She was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and smiled sweetly. "Nothing, just a small matter." Yun Nuoshing smiled and pinched her delicate nose. She turned to the young man and said with a smile, "Friend, what's wrong with my little girlfriend?" "Your girlfriend?" The young man's face stiffened when he heard this. He looked at the two of them and frowned as he asked in a deep voice, "Yes, yes. Is there a problem?" Yun Nuoshing nodded and smiled. In order to be more convincing, she reached out to touch Xian's head and glanced at the young man. The young man was stunned. Then he glared angrily at Yun Nuoshing and left dejectedly with his men. He even muttered something to himself. When she saw them leave, Yun Nuoshing calmly released her hand from Xian's shoulder. Then she calmly looked at the two suns in the sky and said nothing. Puffed. Seeing him like this, Xian could not help but laugh. She patted him with her lily-white hand and said coquettishly, "Bad Xingxing, you only know how to take advantage of me." Yun Nuoshing's face did not turn red, and her heart did not skip a beat. She touched her head and said, "Hey, there are so many stars." "Nuoshing, do you still want me to believe that there's nothing going on between the two of you?" Yuan-Shi could not help but roll his eyes. "There are so many white clouds. Brother is playing dumb again," Ming could not help but mutter. Chapter 301. The Jiao Dragon Palace was located on the only Sea of Life in the desolate north. It was even bigger than the sky-descending sea of Rain Country. This place had given birth to several powerful demonic beast kings. The Jiao Dragon, which had a bit of dragon blood, could be said to be the most powerful demonic beast in the world of demonic beasts, second only to the true dragon. The Jiao Dragon Palace had been passed down from ancient times to the present. The current Dragon King was a powerful figure who was famous in the northern wilderness. Today, it was his 100,000th birthday. Many first-rate forces in the desolate north came to congratulate him. Of course, there were also some leaders who came in person. Many people wanted to get close to him. The Jiao Dragon King was like the sun in the sky now, with the constitution of a demon beast. He was invincible in the first level of the divine underworld. When he was still a divine emperor, he defeated 5 divine underworld warriors in a row. That battle was earth-shattering, and it made his name known. Yun Nuoshing and the others came as well. They stood on Fei Chui's ship and looked at the island with countless ships anchored in the distance. They couldn't help but gulp. The island was a sea blue color. Under the sunlight, ripples of light could be seen on its surface. The entire magnificent island was shrouded in a thin layer of fog, making it seem like a paradise on earth. At the top of the island, a blue dragon had stretched out, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun and moon. It's actually an island formed from water. What a big deal. That old Dragon King's strength is unfathomable. Looking at the Azure Island and the incomparably huge liquid palace in the center that looked like a primordial beast crawling, Yun Nuoshing felt his mouth go dry. She looked at the bottom of the sea with the help of evil spirits' eyes. Under the sea, several huge dragon veins flowed from afar and gathered in this place. It was a natural treasure land. In such a place with abundant spiritual chi, even a pig could become a powerful warrior. No wonder it took root here. The dragon veins are all gathered here. It's enough to raise a first-rate force. Yun Nuoshing sighed in admiration. A layer of water curtain hung down from a height of 100 meters, covering the palace behind it. People kept entering through the opening under the water curtain, and there were even many young experts. Their vigorous vitality couldn't be concealed, and they weren't the illusions of the older generation. Yuan-Shi pulled someone aside and muttered a few words. Then he walked back and said, "Although I don't have an invitation, I can still be treated as an honored guest if I can break through the water curtain on my own." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing opened her evil spirit eye and stared at the water curtain. She stared blankly for a moment before smiling. A water curtain that contains the power of space. "No problem, let's go." Just as he was about to rush over, Lon Xian grabbed a few of them and flew over to the water curtain. With a palm strike, she created a big hole in the water curtain. Then she brought the few of them into the water curtain Yin Nuashing, and the others opened their mouths wide. They looked at Lon Xian, and couldn't say a word for a long time. However, after thinking about it, they retracted their shock. To be able to escape from hundreds of divine underworld experts in the previous era, her strength was naturally very strong. Although it had been a few eras, and she hadn't cultivated normally, the accumulation of her strength over time was still a terrifying amount. When the disciples of the Jiao Dragon Palace saw them, they didn't dare to be negligent. They respectfully welcomed them in. The old Dragon King had said that even if they entered with their strength, they had to treat them with caution. However, what surprised Yin Nuashing and the others was that this floating island and the palace were just a gate. The palace was the entrance. The real place where the celebration was held was underwater, through a long underwater spatial tunnel. So many little dragons. Looking into the water, Ming exclaimed excitedly. She couldn't help but touch the Jiao Dragon Palace disciple beside her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's so cold and so slippery." The disciple laughed bitterly. Although they could speak the human language, they had yet to transform into human form. They weren't like demons who were born in human form. Their bodies only retained some of the characteristics of beasts. If demonic beasts wanted to transform into human form, they had to cultivate continuously. Ming, stop fooling around. Little dragons don't like to be touched. Yin Nuashing patted Ming's head and laughed. Oh, hearing this, Ming blinked her gem-like eyes and nodded. Little dragons laughed bitterly. Under the water, there was a magnificent group of palaces floating in the water. One could even say that it was an underwater city. A huge tower stood at the highest point of the city, looking very majestic. So many people. The old Dragon King sure has a lot of face. In the simple but luxurious tower, there was a huge area at the top. It was supposed to be an important place, but today it was used to welcome guests. It showed how much importance the old Dragon King and his descendants placed on this celebration. Yin Nuashing chose a seat by the window. Seeing so many people, she couldn't help but comment. Look, there are people from the Narcissus Palace here too. It's the Palace Lord and their goddess. Both of them are peerless beauties. The old Dragon King sure has a lot of face. Hey, lower your voice. Do you want to be heard by others? Actually, they're just here to take a look. Their real goal should be the place in the north. Speaking of which, is this true? Tana's water god temple is going to see the light of day again? Of course it's true. This forbidden zone has existed since ancient times. Some people speculate that it has existed for 3 or 4 eras. TSK. It's such a long time ago. You haven't seen it yet. All the major factions are making a move. Moreover, they should be out soon. When that time comes, a shocking battle will be unavoidable. What's in Tana's water god temple? Is it worth so many people coming to the Forbidden Zone? According to ancient records, Tana's water god temple used to be a pilgrimage place for all water elementalists in the world. It has existed for an immeasurable amount of time. It's said that even the gods went there to make a pilgrimage. There must be something incredible left behind. Otherwise, why would the gods have the time to go there? Moreover, it's something that's been separated by several eras. Even the top factions today would be tempted. Moreover, it's said that there was a divine underworld master who risked his life to barge in. When he came out, he was only left with a crippled soul. He only said one sentence, and his soul collapsed. What sentence? I think he said something about the origin of water. I don't know what it is. people at the level of gods pay attention to different things. Hearing these discussions, Yun Nuoxing couldn't stay calm. He didn't expect the legendary Forbidden Zone, Tana's water god temple, to receive so much attention now. The world knew that it was about to see the light of day again. Things were going to get out of hand. Others didn't know, but he knew very well. What 3 or 4 eras? Damn it, that was a relic left behind from the mythological era. The origin of water, Yun Nuoxing murmured. She tilted her head and looked at Xian. Seeing that she was also looking at him, Mei Mao was looking at him. Both of them could see the excitement in each other's eyes. However, what followed was a kind of worry. Seeing her worried expression, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her little hand and comforted her. "It's okay. I will help you get it. Moreover, the origin of water is one's own nature to choose good luck and avoid disaster. It will only be close to you." "Okay." Xian nodded. Mei Mao kept staring at him and whispered, "I'm just worried about you." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was just about to say, "It doesn't matter." However, she remembered something and changed her words. "Ha, I'll be careful. Don't worry." Suddenly, at the door, a few figures appeared. They were all dressed in green robes and were quite handsome. They walked as if they were flying. There was a hint of arrogance between their brows. One look, and one could tell that they were the kind of people who were used to being arrogant. Those people walked in and directly walked to the table closest to them. They threw a portrait and shouted, "Have you seen this person?" After that, they didn't even look at them and went straight to the hall to search. That portrait was actually Yun Nuoxing's portrait. The people at the table furrowed their brows. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were being interrogated like this. However, they didn't meddle. They only glanced at the portrait and shook their heads, saying, "No." "Humph. I knew he wouldn't come. Hiding like a mouse is just a coward." That person sneered. He put away the portrait and walked quickly to the next table. "Hey, are those people from the Qinghai Palace? Judging from their clothes, they should be. Some time ago, the Qi family and the receiving spirit divine physique were in a mess. The Qi family's divine son, Qi Haoyu, said that he would definitely kill the divine physique. The Qinghai Palace is on good terms with the Qi family. Moreover, the Qinghai Palace's divine son and Qi Haoyu are sworn brothers. This time, he might not need to do anything. Someone will do it for him. Hiss, so the Qinghai Palace is going to make a move on the divine physique? However, the divine physique should be hiding from the world and living in seclusion. With so many people watching, if it were me, I would have become a hermit long ago. Hey, the divine physique has a great treasure. Although those big forces didn't say what the divine physique had, it must be a great treasure. The Qi family is after it. Speaking of which, the Qinghai Palace came here from the distant Eastern Sea. They really have nothing better to do. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing frowned. She smiled faintly and murmured, "What a Qi family! Qi Haoyu, right? I'll remember this name." The Qi family is going all out for Ling Hongjian. Although many people know about Ling Hongjian's appearance, some people still don't know that you have it. Presumably, they don't want so many people to know. Yuanqi sighed. "Exclusive prey?" Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and chuckled. Yuanqi scratched his head and said, "That's not wrong." "Hey, have you seen this guy?" Suddenly, a portrait was flung onto the table with a pa sound, causing the teacups to spill and the hot water to flow all over the table. At the side, the few young men in green didn't even look at them. This caused many people in the surroundings to frown. These people were too arrogant. Picking up the half-filled teacup and taking a sip, Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's head. She didn't even look at those people. "Boy, we're asking you a question. Are you deaf? A young man said in a low voice and glared at him. His green eyes were filled with coldness. Slowly putting down the teacup, Yun Nuoxing glanced at him indifferently and said, I'm here as a guest, not to be interrogated like a prisoner. If you really want to ask questions, please use a nicer tone. Hee, you're quite stubborn. One of the young men sneered. His green eyes glowed as he stared at her with an unfriendly expression. A faint layer of energy quietly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing sneered. She clenched the fingers of her right hand into a fist. Creaking sounds could be heard as the faint star energy was transferred to her palm. She even condensed into a few small talismans. What? You still want to fight? The atmosphere was a little tense. Seeing this, everyone quieted down. Looking at the situation that seemed like a fight to the death, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they looked at him with a little surprise. The Qinghai Palace was even more powerful than the Jiao Dragon Palace. No one wanted to provoke them. Both of you, please don't be rash. Today is my father's birthday. I hope you can give me some face and not fight. Just when the atmosphere was about to collapse, a faint laughter broke the deadlock. One of the sons of the old Dragon King, who was wearing a navy blue robe, quickly stood between the two and suppressed the battle that was about to start. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing glanced at this person. It wasn't good to cause trouble in someone else's territory. She nodded and dispersed the energy. Since the master has said so, she said indifferently. The few people from the Qinghai Palace sneered and pointed at her. For the sake of the Dragon King, we'll spare your dog life. In the future, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs when you're outside. Hearing this, not only did the Jiao Dragon King's son frown, but even the people around them couldn't stand it anymore. However, before they could say anything, they suddenly felt a strong burst of energy suddenly explode. Meow, I've been pissing you off for a long time. Chapter 3:02. The sudden burst of aura caused everyone to feel uneasy. Before the blue-clothed man could say anything, a fist with a scarlet rune about a foot in size flashed in front of his eyes. Bang! The moment the fists made contact, a low, muffled sound resounded throughout the entire hall, causing countless people's hearts to violently jump. Just as the fist made contact, the scarlet rune suddenly exploded, and a majestic impact surged out like a tide, directly smashing into that person's lower abdomen. Boom! Kacha! The air wave from the rune's explosion overturned the floor within 2 to 3 meters, and the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. A figure flew straight out in the air. Under Yun Nuoxing's crushing fist, that person's lower abdomen had clearly caved in. His face immediately paled, and a large mouthful of green blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs sprayed out. Several wounds suddenly exploded all over his body from the inside out, and blood splattered everywhere, soaking his clothes. It was a very terrifying sight. His body flew out along the floor, smashing a few tables and chairs along the way, and then slammed into a wall 100 meters away. The powerful force caused cracks to spread out on the wall. Pucci, after suffering such a heavy blow, the Azure Sea Palace disciple couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His breathing was weak, and he was paralyzed on the ground. Even his body was deformed, and his hands and feet were bent into strange arcs. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged to the side. This person directly ignored the Azure Sea Palace's position, and presumably, he was also someone who couldn't bear to be taken advantage of. He definitely wouldn't submit to humiliation. There were still a few people here, and perhaps there would be a fierce battle. It was better to retreat early to avoid being implicated. We are people from the Azure Sea Palace. You dare to move? Ugh. A young man saw that one person was gone in a flash, and his face was a little pale. He pointed at Yun Nuoshing and shouted halfway, but the remaining half of his sentence was directly blocked by the people who came with him. Friend, please don't blame them. They just lost their minds. If they disturbed you, I will apologize to you. Another person walked up and clasped his fist at Yun Nuoshing. They were all quite strong, but Yun Nuoshing was even more ferocious. She crippled one of them with a single punch. She wasn't someone they could fight against. Oh, ugh. Hearing this, the person whose mouth was covered immediately widened his eyes. It was unknown what he said. Usually when they ran amok outside, others would have scruples on account of the Qinghai Palace and would not dare to make a move against them. But today, Yun Nuoshing did not put them in her eyes at all, making him feel very sullen. Shut up! A few of his companions shouted at him. Then they hurriedly pulled the man who was lying by the wall, half dead, and ran out with their tails between their legs. After coldly watching the few of them slip away, Yun Nuoshing finally let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands towards the old Dragon King's son and said apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry for disturbing your mood. I'll go and apologize to your father later. Just put the losses here on my head." Hearing this, the person laughed bitterly and waved his hand, saying, "What's there to apologize for? Don't bother. Actually, I don't like them either. Just take it that you helped me vent my anger. Just call me Jiao Ruo." After that, he hurriedly ordered people to clean up the mess. Seeing this, the crowd did not say much. They all sat down, and the silent hall returned to a few voices. "But brother, although those people are a little disgusting, I still advise you to leave quickly. Those who just came were just a few servants from Qingxian. I think the master of the house will be here soon to celebrate my father's birthday." Yun Nuoshing frowned and asked, "What is the background of the Qinghai Palace?" They sigh. The Qinghai Palace is a subsidiary of the Green Dragon tribe. They have a little dragon blood flowing in them. They are very powerful, comparable to the Jiao Dragon Palace. Green Dragon. Yun Nuoshing was stunned and could not help but frown. Everyone knew about the name of one of the four mythical beasts. Just like the phoenix, there was only one green dragon in the world. The rest were either descendants or clans that were tainted with dragon blood. Other than the long-extinct Void Spirit Dragon tribe, the Green Dragon tribe should be the most powerful tribe. Moreover, the Green Dragon tribe coexisted with demons and demonic beasts. One of the forces under them was the Qinghai Palace. Speaking of which, it was also because of the Green Dragon tribe. With a little dragon blood, it could stand out among the many demonic beasts. They are demons? Looking at the direction where the few people escaped, Yun Nuoshing was a little speechless. His fist did not touch any dragon scales. If there were dragon scales, it would have at least given him a strong recoil. They are just people with a little dragon blood. They are not even demons. Looking at the figure that disappeared into the distance, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and sat down again. He had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing this, the people around could not help but be stunned. He knew that the other side's experts would come, but he did not do anything. Was he going to turn a blind eye? The people of the Qinghai Palace were so arrogant just now. I did not expect them to leave so easily. This is a strategic retreat. They are waiting for the divine son of the Qinghai Palace to come. Now that they can't beat him, they must leave. I wonder where this person came from. I have never heard of him before. Could he be here for the Tana's water god temple? Hey, I think it is not just him. The people around him have a little extraordinary aura. Maybe he is the young master of some first-class force or the divine son. In the hall, everyone was discussing, but no one had an accurate answer. This made the few people who were listening feel a little helpless. They could not even come out quietly to have a cup of tea. What kind of trouble had they suffered? After taking a sip of the new tea, Yun Nuoshing yawned lazily and said with a smile, "Well, we did not provoke others. Naturally, we will not be bullied by others. But we offended a force." Yuanshi shrugged indifferently, looking at the two's indifference. Xian could not help but sigh. He pulled Yun Nuoshing and whispered, "There won't be any trouble, right? It's just two random loaches. What trouble can there be?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing laughed unconcernedly. "Not that. I mean, they won't pull out your constitution, right?" Xian rolled his eyes and asked, Hearing this serious question, Yun Nuoshing and Yuan, she were stunned for a moment. After a long while, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and said, "Probably, maybe there won't be a problem. If I don't use the divine weapon, who will know who I am?" Of course, the divine weapon was now his biggest feature. If he wanted to hide his identity, he might have to use less weapons in the future. In order to reduce the risk of his identity being exposed, he had no choice. After all, the whole world was paying attention to the divine body of spiritual absorption. Report, Qing Xian of the Qinghai Palace is here to congratulate you. In less than an hour, a disciple of the Jiaolong Palace at the door reported loudly. His loud voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look at Yun Nuoshing, wanting to see his reaction. Of course, many people went out to welcome him. The Qinghai Palace was very powerful. So many people wanted to make friends with them, especially the Son of God. He was so young and already had such power. How could someone who could become sworn brothers with the Son of God of the Qi family be ordinary? There weren't many rumors about Qing Xian. Just like the Shensis of the major powers, they rarely showed themselves in public, and there weren't many earth-shattering events. However, the title of Shensi was enough to explain some things. Those who could be crowned with this title were all heaven's favored children with outstanding talents and strength. At the entrance, a handsome young man slowly walked in. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He was dressed in a simple green robe that did not reveal his status. His green eyes were as calm as water, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Although this person was not the type that was shockingly handsome, he was the kind of man that was more interesting the more you looked at him. His calm appearance was somewhat refined, as if he was a lotus that wandered in the mortal world and was untainted by the secular world. Beside him were the few people who ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of people. Qing Xian's appearance attracted the attention of some of the female disciples at the scene. All of them were discussing softly, and their beautiful eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. When this person came in, he did not roar like what others expected. Instead, he looked as calm as water, as if he did not see the resentful eyes of the people around him. "Brother Qing Xian." Jiao Rong greeted him with a smile. Although he did not have a good impression of those people, this was the Son of God of the Qinghai Palace. No matter what, he had to be polite. No one could find fault with his etiquette. There were many people around him, other than the few people who had just been chased away. There were also some young people who were also dressed in green. They seemed to be from the Qinghai Palace. At this time, they were looking at Yun Nuoshing with an unfriendly face. There were some people around, so Qing Xian could not act like it was not a big deal. He responded with a faint smile. However, the few people around him rushed over aggressively and slapped Yun Nuoshing's teacup away. "Kid, you can really keep your composure and still have the mood to drink tea. My Son of God is here. Don't you know how to greet him?" The person who said this was the one who had his mouth covered. His words were full of hatred. His voice was raised a few octaves, and even the people in front could hear it. When everyone saw this, they called him an idiot. Did you not see the miserable state that person was in? Now, you are provoking him? He is not leaving. It is obvious that he is not afraid of your Son of God. 3 seconds, get lost. 5 seconds, fly out. 10 seconds, disappear. Choose one. Yun Nuoshing raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly. Then he took another cup, poured another cup of tea, and slowly tasted it. Kid, you are still so stubborn in the face of disaster. Why don't you fly first and let me see? Hearing this, that person was so angry that he laughed. He reached out and grabbed Yun Nuoshing. Boom! A deafening, muffled sound suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew from Yun Nuoshing's side, messing up everyone's hair in the hall. Uffed! The sudden sound of someone vomiting blood was particularly loud. Before anyone could react, they saw a green figure flying across the hall, spitting blood, spinning a dozen times, and then falling heavily on the ground. Bam! The muffled sound of the body falling on the ground made everyone grimace. The strong force directly shook the hard floor, forming a few thumb-sized cracks. That person was lying on the ground. His eyes were white, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the distance, Yun Nuoshing maintained his posture of leaning forward and stretching out his palm. He glanced at the person on the ground, then retracted his hand and sat down slowly. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Not only did he cripple an immortal-level expert with one palm, he did it under the eyes of his master. How unscrupulous was this person to be able to do such a thing? Clap, clap. Suddenly, there was a burst of crisp applause in the hall. Everyone was stunned, and their expressions changed. Who was so bold to clap at this time? However, when they saw who it was, their expressions instantly became even stranger, because the person who was clapping was Qing Xian. At this time, he was smiling. There was no anger or resentment at all. His faint smile was a little unfathomable. Brother, you have good skills. I wonder if you are interested in learning from each other. His smile was warm and charming. Chapter 3:03. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have frozen. Only Qing Xian was laughing heartily. Behind him lay a person who was foaming at the mouth and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. His laughter shook everyone. Were they really going to go all out? No, I'm not interested. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and stared at him without blinking. He said, "Didn't you want to help someone deal with the divine body? Now, you're not conserving your strength, but casually looking for someone to spar with?" Behind him, when Yuanxi heard this, she quickly covered her mouth and raised her eyebrows high. She had a look that said, "I'm not laughing." The people around them couldn't help but roll their eyes. "You're actually laughing. Is Nuoshing trying to argue? They're going to fight anyway." Yuanxi covered his mouth and mumbled to himself. He. Hearing this, Qing Xian nodded and said, "The divine body is the divine body. It's only a matter of time before I fight with him. But now." He glanced at the disciple of Qinghai Palace who was twitching on the ground, and then stared at Yun Nuoshing. He smiled faintly and said, "Although these guys are too arrogant and frivolous as a fellow member of Qinghai Palace, I have to get an explanation." "Oh." Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms. He said, "How do you want to settle this? How about a peaceful spar? No matter the result, today's matter will be written off." Qing Xian smiled. Staring at Qing Xian, who was smiling calmly, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but frown. This fellow seemed to want to fight on purpose. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Qing Xian. It was just that he was too lazy to make a move. But now, It seemed that Qing Xian didn't have the heart to do so. All right. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed and nodded. Qing Xian of Qinghai Palace, Qi Haoyu of Qi family, and the divine sons and divine daughters of other families. All of them are geniuses. However, they are hidden too deeply by their respective forces. Usually, I haven't seen them fight. Today, I'm lucky enough to see one of them fight. It's going to be a fierce battle. That young man is obviously a powerful character. However, I don't know if he's a match for Qing Xian. Although it's a friendly match, it's still worth watching. Qing Xian only smiled faintly when she heard the discussions in the surroundings. She then cupped her hands towards Jiao Rong and said, "Brother Jiao, can you lend us a piece of empty land?" "Of course." Jiao Yin glanced at the two of them and nodded helplessly. After that, he waved at the two of them and walked out first. The Jiao Dragon platform was a flat underwater mountain. It was as if a mountain had been sliced off from the middle of the mountain by someone. Someone had used a special method and a formation to solidify it, making it extremely hard. Not far away, there were many other platforms that the people of the Jiao Dragon Palace used as training grounds. Standing on the flat mountain, the Jiao Dragon city shone brightly in the distance. It was like a bright lamp at the bottom of the sea. Outside the barrier, it was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, one could see a flicker of phosphorescence, as if something was swimming across the sea. Looking up at the Jiao Dragon City that was like a small sun in the distance, it was the only thing that was glowing. The 1,000-meter sea water had blocked out the sunlight, and nothing could be seen. It was very dark and lonely. If it wasn't for the barrier and the flow of energy that provided light, no one would be able to see anything. Jiao Yin left Yun Nuoxing and Jiao Yin there. Then he arranged for everyone to sit on the mountain next to it, so that others could observe. He also stayed behind and ordered someone to go back and report the situation here. He didn't want the old Dragon King to think that no one had come to congratulate him. In the arena, Qing Xian still looked calm. Her gaze swept across Yun Nuoxing. Then she bowed slightly and cupped her hands, saying, "I am Qing Xian." Not far away, Yun Nuoxing saw her like this and was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly did as she was told. She knew that this was a kind of etiquette before the battle. She said, "Yuan Xing." Qing Xian smiled faintly. Just as she finished speaking, layers of green flames suddenly surged out from her body. Finally, it turned into a curtain of fire that enveloped her entire body. With the appearance of the green flames, the temperature of the space quietly rose by a lot. Fire element. Yun Nuoxing looked at the green energy that enveloped Qing Xian. On it, the energy was rolling like flames, but it wasn't the usual fiery red color. "Brother Yuan, be careful. This green flame is a kind of inherited flame of my Qinghai Palace. It's called the Jade Dragon Flame. Although it isn't a divine flame, its power isn't comparable to ordinary flames. I once used it to injure a half-demon expert." Qing Xian smiled faintly as she held a ball of green flame in her fair palm. Looking at the smiling Qing Xian, Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly. Under the gaze of countless people, her slender white palm slid out from her black robe. Under the curious gaze of countless people, she slightly clenched her fist, and a ball of blue flame appeared. This flame was the first type of flame that she had subdued. It was called the demonic whale flame. It was taken from the body of a demonic whale of unknown strength. Ever since she obtained the purple night flame, she had merged it with her flame and never used it alone. It's also the fire element. Qing Xian sighed softly. Her eyes were fixed on the flame. After a moment, a surge of battle intent seeped out from her body. "Why did you release the elements before the battle even started?" Wouldn't it be more surprising if you kept it? What do you know? Didn't you hear Qing Xian say that it's a peaceful battle? It's not a battle of life and death. In such a peaceful battle, you have to show your element to your opponent at the beginning. This is an unwritten rule that has been passed down for a long time. It's also the fire element. This battle will be a bit difficult. The power of the same element will more or less cancel each other out. It's hard to say. Who knows if they have any trump cards? Seeing that both of them were ready for battle, the crowd quickly stretched their necks and moved closer to the barrier so that they could see the battle clearly. Brother Yuan, use your full strength. Taking a deep breath, Qing Xian suddenly raised her head and shouted. Her eyes were filled with surging battle intent. As soon as her voice fell, the blue flame in Qing Xian's hand suddenly burst out and turned into two slender whips. The blue flame surged out from behind her, and her body turned into a shadow. Holding the two flame whips, she threw them at Yun Nuoshing. The space where the flame whips passed was slightly distorted. Yun Nuoshing held the blue flame with both of her hands. Then, she tightened her grip. The blue flame surged out and condensed into the shape of a giant sword. The two blue flames were like fairies dancing around the giant sword. If one looked closely, they would realize that the giant flame sword was actually the Netherworld Ruin Sword. She stretched out her two hands, holding a giant sword in each hand. Looking at the flame whips that were speeding towards her, she raised the giant sword high and slashed it down without any fancy moves. The blue flame giant sword and the blue flame whips collided, exploding into countless sparks. The flame whips suddenly broke apart and dissipated in the air. Qing Xian's body spun in the air as the sea of blue flames churned. Her hands flew and condensed a thick spiral flame, all. It spun beside her and emitted a humming sound. As soon as the green flame all was formed, it pointed straight at Yun Nuoshing. Because it was spinning at such a high speed, it even brought with it circles of flames, like slender snakes winding around it. Go! Qing Xian took a deep breath and pressed her palm down on Yun Nuoshing. The flame all brought with it a sharp sound as it rushed downwards, bringing with it a 10-meter-wide flame tail. Yun Nuoshing's brows twitched when she clearly felt the violent energy that came with the flame all. Her gaze was fixed on the flame all that was speeding towards her. She opened her evil spirit eye, and the flame all speed suddenly slowed down. Of course, it didn't mean that the flame all speed had slowed down. It was just that it had slowed down in her line of sight. She could even see it clearly as it rotated very slowly. Looking at the attack range of the flame, all Yun Nuoshing agilely leaped, and her body flew close to the flame all. In a flash, she suddenly appeared in front of Qing Xian, and the giant sword in her hand viciously slashed at his shoulder. The giant sword suddenly froze when it was swung out. Qing Xian's palm was wrapped in blue flames and held the blue flame giant sword. His shoulders shook, and the force on the blue flame giant sword was completely offset under the scorching heat of the blue flame. The giant sword even started to turn illusory. When the two came into contact, there was a violent energy churning, causing them to quickly release each other and retreat a distance away. Brother Yuan, your blue flame doesn't seem to be as strong as my blue flame. Qing Xian smiled faintly as she rubbed her palm. Qing Xian's expression suddenly changed when her voice sounded. She quickly turned around, and her palm, that was covered in blue flames, directly covered a blue flame fist that suddenly rushed out from the void. Bang! When the palm and fist collided, a blazing wind surged in the air. Yun Nuoshing and Qing Xian both retreated a distance away from each other. Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue when Qing Xian hit her in the right position. She looked at him and said, "Lesson number 1 in fighting, shut up when fighting." Brother Yuan, This is a peaceful exchange of pointers. Qing Xian's face twitched twice as he smiled bitterly. If it weren't for his sharp senses, he would have been beaten to the ground. The strength of that fist was frighteningly strong. All right, I'll remember it. Yun Nuoxing helplessly scratched her head and said, looking at the helpless Yun Nuoxing, Qing Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. He took a step forward, and a majestic aura suddenly burst out from his body in an earth-shattering manner. As soon as this aura appeared, it instantly swept across the entire space. Yun Nuoxing was startled and quickly retreated a few steps before she could stabilize herself. 8th tier immortal step. Yun Nuoxing's face trembled, and he couldn't help but touch the back of his head. It was only now that he understood why these people's names were always mentioned. It turned out that their normal strength really surpassed his by a lot. Qing Xian didn't look much older than him, but there was such a huge gap between them. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and his mind moved. He completely released his surging aura. At the same time, the 2 blue flame giant swords that were floating beside him turned purple. Purple flames gushed out from his body without reservation. The temperature of the space suddenly increased by countless times. Even the people who were separated by 2 barriers could feel the scorching heat. Yun Nuoxing didn't dare to be careless when facing an opponent who was several realms higher than him. Although the Netherworld Ruins sword could beat him to a pulp, this wasn't a life-and-death battle. He still had to rely on himself. Brother Yuan isn't bad either. The purple flame lingered and looked at the green flame from afar. When the purple night flame appeared, the green flame even fluctuated and was unknowingly weakened. In front of the god of all flames, other flames naturally had to retreat. Qing Xian was a little surprised as she looked at it. She smiled faintly and did not hesitate. Her hand seals changed into a series of complicated seals. The green fire behind her seemed to be boiling under the hand seals. The temperature became hotter and hotter. A green fire dragon that was dozens of feet long condensed behind her back. It was a little illusory. Roar! As soon as the fire dragon was formed, it let out a dragon roar and circled around Qing Xian. Its 2 dragon eyes stared at Yun Nuoxing. Although it wasn't a real dragon, it released a faint dragon aura, green dragon strangle. As the fire dragon became more and more solid, Qing Xian let out a loud shout. The fire dragon that was releasing a faint dragon's might instantly swept out and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a bolt of green lightning that streaked across space and attacked Yun Nuo planet. Dragon aura. Is it because of the green dragon bloodline? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised when she felt the faint dragon aura contained in the fire dragon. She looked at the huge dragon that was whizzing towards her with a grave expression. The 2 of them had crossed a great distance. If she wasn't serious, she might be injured. Gently exhaling, Yun Nuoxing grabbed a huge purple flame sword in each hand and smashed them together, fusing them into one. Purple and blue flames swirled around the sword like a spiral. Then he took a step forward, raised the huge purple and blue sword above his head, and slashed down fiercely. Netherworld firmament slash. As the huge sword slashed down, a huge bluish-purple sword ray that was more than 10 feet long shot out from the sword. It was like a perfect crescent arc that shot towards the green dragon. Boom! 2 frightening energies violently erupted in midair. A 3-colored energy storm swept out from the middle at an extremely fast speed. This firestorm covered the entire space in the blink of an eye. The frightening energy struck the energy barrier until it shook a little. However, it did not show any signs of breaking. The huge flaming storm wreaked havoc and continuously attacked the barrier. Even the surrounding seawater was stirred up by the impact. Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were a little surprised. Although they were far away, they could still faintly feel the blazing energy. At this moment, the figure of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The middle-aged man patted Jiao Meng's shoulder as soon as he appeared. He then raised his hand and gently clenched it towards the barrier in the distance. An invisible wave was emitted. The flaming storm within the barrier was instantly reversed and finally disappeared. "Father!" Seeing the middle-aged man, Jiao Meng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly called out. The surrounding people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that even the Jiao Dragon King would appear. The Jiao Dragon King waved his hand. Looking at the flaming storm that had been annihilated, he smiled faintly and said, "Two interesting little fellows." Hearing his words, the crowd was stunned. They quickly turned their gazes over and saw that the flaming storm had dissipated. The figures of Yun Nuoxing and Qing Xian were revealed. At this moment, the two of them had disheveled hair, and their robes were charred black. They were breathing rapidly, and a large patch of their faces was black as if they had been fished out of a coal mine. Yun Nuoxing was slightly better. When she was revealed, the golden light hurriedly disappeared. It was obvious that she had used a divine artifact to block some of the energy, so she didn't suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Qing Xian's upper body was bare. It seemed that Yun Nuoxing had the upper hand in the confrontation. After all, she had a divine artifact protecting her body. Who could do anything to her? That, "Brother, you should put on some clothes." Seeing that Qing Xian's upper body was bare and covered in dirt, Yun Nuoxing embarrassedly turned her face away and laughed dryly. Qing Xian was stunned. Seeing that her upper body was bare, she was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly took out a set of clothes and put them on. Then she cupped her fists towards Yun Nuoxing and said, "Brother Yuan, I have lost." Chapter 304. After 3 moves, they competed in elements, strength, and secret techniques. After 3 moves, they stopped. This was the so-called peaceful exchange of pointers. It wasn't like the usual exchanges where they would fight for 300 rounds, causing the sky to darken and the earth to shatter. It was a relatively gentle exchange of pointers. Everyone in the distance widened their eyes. They did not understand what was going on. Qing Xian, who had the upper hand, lost just like that. TSK, this is just a small exchange of pointers. If it was a life and death battle, my Shensi would not be weaker than him. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qinghai Palace could not help but whisper softly. Everyone did not comment on this sentence. In fact, they could see the depth of these 3 moves. They did not have to fight for hundreds of rounds. It could even be said that these 3 moves condensed the competition of the entire battle. Qing Xian lost, but she might not win the life and death battle. After 3 moves, it was obvious that Qing Xian was more embarrassed. Although she was stronger, she could not do anything to Yun Nuoxing, who was protected by a divine instrument. Although no one knew that the latter was using a divine instrument, even the gods might not be able to detect it. "Brother, you flatter me. I just took advantage of the flame." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and cupped her hands. If she did not use the divine mirror of light to protect herself at the last moment, Qing Xian would be topless and she would have to run around naked. Being able to have outstanding means is naturally a kind of strength. "Brother Yuan, you don't have to be humble. I lost this battle. According to what I said just now, no matter who wins or loses, the grudges between us will be written off." Qing Xian waved her hands and laughed. Her calm demeanor caused the gazes of the female disciples from afar to be filled with splendor. From their perspective, even though Qing Xian had lost, she still appeared graceful and elegant. That young man is also powerful. He defeated the Qinghai Palace's Shensi. He is also handsome. I wonder if he has a partner? Little girl, are you in love? Didn't you see that purple-haired girl? That is her partner. You don't have a chance. TSK, I didn't say anything. Are you thinking about it? Screw you. Even though they were separated by 2 barriers and a sea, Yun Nuoxing could still hear some of the discussion. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, for some reason, he glanced at Xian and found that she was also looking at him. He blushed and quickly looked away. Brother Yuan's luck with women is not bad. Qing Xian naturally heard these voices and couldn't help but tease him, causing him to roll his eyes again. After the peaceful exchange of pointers, everyone returned to the tower in the Jiao Dragon City. The scene was still lively. During the battle, just now, many people had come. At this time, another large wave of people poured in. Even though the hall was very spacious, it still seemed a little crowded. Some people even had no place to sit after returning. However, after Jiao Ru quickly ordered people to add more seats, this matter was settled. The hall was full. Qing Xian greeted Yun Nuoxing and offered him a cup of tea. Then, she said that she had to leave. She went straight to the other side of the hall and stopped in front of a table. At that table, there was a middle-aged man sitting upright. He had a small tuft of beard on his chin. When he frowned, he looked dignified without being angry. Yun Nuoxing and the others stayed for a while. When Jiao Ru and the old Dragon King said something on the stage, and the atmosphere in the hall became lively, they quietly slipped out. A few disciples of the Jiao Dragon Palace also respectfully welcomed them out. When they came out to the sea again, they looked at the blue island behind them. Then they took out Long Xianyin's boat, enlarged it to 10 meters, and boarded. Brother, I'm not full yet. On the boat, Ming could not help but grumble. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. Before she left, she stuffed a few buns into her mouth. She was blaming Yun Nuoxing for leaving too quickly. Hee, little greedy cat, I have something for you to eat. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her head and took out a jade box. When she opened it, it was the food from the banquet just now. There was everything. Ming was drooling when she saw it. She turned around and abandoned him. She turned around and focused on the food. Eat slowly. No one will take your food. Yun Nuoxing looked at little Ming, who was wolfing down her food, and patted her head dotingly. Yuanxi looked at Ming with amusement for a while. Then he looked at the endless sea. In fact, this was not the sea. It was just a very wide water source. This huge river flowed all the way to the East Sea. Although it was insignificant compared to the East Sea, it was already a vast sea in a place like the northern wilderness. Should we speed up? Yuanxi slowly looked away and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at him in confusion. She did not know why he wanted to speed up the process. Seeing her like this, Yuanxi scratched his head and said, well, the news about the Tana's water god's temple has spread. I'm thinking if we should speed up the process. He was also told that Xian had a 5 elements body later. At that time, he was stunned for half a day and almost turned to stone. Looking at the loving couple, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Although he had the famous god's spirit body, there were 2 legendary superphysiques in front of him. It was said that there were only 8 people in the entire Great Yuan realm, with Yun Nuoxing being the 9th. The 5 elements body was estimated to be no more than 30 people, but now both of them appeared at the same time. It was really driving people crazy. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Then she shook her head and said, it's okay. We can't go now. Didn't I say that the gods' underworld experts will turn into ashes when they come out? Then we definitely can't go in. Okay, Hearing this, Yuanshi rubbed his hands and looked at Xian. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoshing. Suddenly, he joked, "Then what about sister-in-law's water origin? There are so many people in the world eyeing it." Uffed. As soon as he said this, Yun Nuoshing and Xian spat out a mouthful of water at the same time. Their faces turned red, and their eyes widened. When their eyes met, they looked away shyly. What sister-in-law? Xian. And I really don't have that kind of relationship. Yun Nuoshing said in a panic. Her face was even redder than the two suns in the sky. Suddenly, she changed the topic and looked at Yuanshi calmly. She said, "Say, you know that Qianqian likes me, but you still call her that. Are you really a man? What's wrong with that? In the god's realm, it's nothing to have 3 or 4 wives. It doesn't matter if you don't have one. It's fine as long as you treat the 2 girls well." Unexpectedly, Yuanshi shrugged and looked like he didn't care. This made Yun Nuoshing collapse directly. Her face twitched rapidly. Yun Nuoshing's face was so red that she was almost hysterical. She roared, "What the hell? I'm very loyal, okay?" "Oh, so you're only marrying one? Then who do you like? Why are you so determined?" Hearing this, Yuanshi laughed strangely. Yun Nuoshing's body stiffened. Her eyes were blank. After a while, she muttered, I don't know, huh?" This time, it was Yuanshi's turn to be dumbfounded. "If you don't like anyone, why are you so determined?" I'm still an innocent young man." Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing suddenly changed back to her beautiful face and said in a coquettish voice. She even patted Yuanshi lightly with her lily-white hand and swayed her small waist. Her flirtatious appearance almost made him vomit. Yuanshi touched his chest and gasped for breath. His face was purple. Although this face was definitely that of a budding young girl, he knew the truth. This was a 100% young man. He was just a cross-dresser. "Xing, you look like a girl." At this moment, Xian covered her mouth and looked at him with a smile. She said something that directly struck his soul. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's legs turned to jelly. She directly knelt on the ground. Her face instantly turned pale. She looked up at the sky and roared in grief. "No, it's not like that. You look so beautiful when you're in pain." Xian smiled and followed up with another attack. She made him want to cry, but had no tears. Seeing her smiling so happily, Yun Nuoshing was displeased. Her face flashed red and blue, and she changed back to her current handsome face. Then, she directly moved her face closer. Her fingers lifted Xian's pure white chin, and she said with a sly smile, "Little girl, smile for me." He originally thought that Xian would blush and move away. In the end, she only blushed. Then she bloomed a beautiful smile that could make the whole world pale in comparison. That gentle look made Yun Nuoshing's heart melt. For a moment, he actually forgot to let go. The distance between their faces was less than 3 inches. Yuanshi was also stunned by that smile. For a moment, he was absent-minded. After a moment, he pursed his lips and muttered, "Tisk, they're torturing single people again." On the side, little Ming, who had transformed into a foodie, looked up and saw the 2 of them. She wrinkled her little nose, carried the jade box, and tiptoed behind Yun Nuoshing. While they were in a daze, she reached out her little hand and pushed him at such a short distance. Even if Yun Nuoshing had the fastest light element in the world, it would still take a few tenths of a second for him to change his vision, transmit the nerve signals to his brain, and react. In such a short time, even if the god of time came, he wouldn't be able to stop time in time. So, the moment his vision swayed, Yun Nuoshing only saw that peerlessly beautiful face sticking close to him. His lips touched something warm and soft. After a few tenths of a second, his slow brain finally reacted. His face turned pale, and in an instant it turned blood red. He almost stopped thinking. Zian also stared blankly at him. The blue sea, the blue sky, the gentle wind, the small boat, and the sea breeze, all of this was quite a nice scene. Just now, when she was being teased, she really did smile according to his wishes. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen, and she would carelessly lose her first kiss? Their faces couldn't be any redder. When their eyes met, they felt as if time had stopped at this moment. The sound of breathing, the sound of the wind, and the frantic heartbeat, everything disappeared. The only rhythm that existed in their minds was chaos. Damn, even if it's not sister-in-law this time, it has to be sister-in-law. Ming, beautifully done. After Yuanxi reacted, he suddenly jumped up excitedly as if he had discovered a huge secret. He even hurriedly gave little Ming a thumbs up. Ming, godly assist. I like it. I give full marks for this assist. In Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, Ziyi, who hadn't spoken to him for a long time, also jumped up excitedly at this moment. He took out his diary in a fluster, and because he was so excited, he even made a lot of mistakes. Humph, don't thank me too much. Hearing this, Ming wrinkled his little nose indifferently. He put a snack in his mouth and chewed it. He looked at the two petrified people and smiled slyly. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. As if she had been electrocuted, she suddenly screamed and hurriedly jumped back. Looking at Mei Mao's empty eyes, Zian, who looked like she had lost her soul, turned pale with fright. She hurriedly grabbed her hand and cried out in panic, Zian, that I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Zian, who heard the cry, also pulled back her wandering soul at this moment. The moment her soul returned to her body, her heart beat violently like a little deer running around. When she saw Yun Nuoxing calling her in a panic, she felt a little indescribable in her heart. It seemed like she was happy, but also a little worried about her gains and losses, and also a little at a loss. Xing Xing. Finally, Zian opened her red lips. What? Yun Nuoxing shivered and glared fiercely at Ming, who was smiling foolishly. Then she hurriedly pricked up her ears to listen. Zian's face was red. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Mei Mao's eyes were a little misty. In the end, she just shook her head and said, No, it's nothing. Zian, I really didn't do it on purpose. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing panicked even more. She was about to go crazy. Seeing how anxious she was, Zian chuckled and touched her hand. She smiled faintly and said, I don't blame you. Just a little. Let me calm down. After she finished speaking, she got up and walked to the front of the boat, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone in the wind. He felt his heart turn cold, seeing that Ming had already eaten her fill and was rubbing her tummy contentedly. Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a rush of anger in his heart. His hair stood on end, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pulled her into his arms and started to rub her head viciously. He roared angrily, it's all because of you, little girl. What are you doing? You have to know when you're joking, dear. Big brother, weren't you enjoying yourself just now? You even kissed me for so long and didn't let go. Ming pouted when she heard him. She stared at him pitifully and mumbled. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he laughed. He patted her head and smiled bitterly. How was that enjoying? We were almost scared out of our wits. Anyway, don't do that in the future. It's fine if we know each other, but if it's someone you don't know and you cause trouble, it'll be fun, Yun Nuoxing instructed patiently. Oh, Ming nodded. She turned her bright gem-like eyes and said, "Then I can do this between Big Brother and Big Sister Xian in the future?" A row of dense black lines suddenly appeared on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He felt that this little girl was going to drive him crazy. Absolutely. No way. Chapter 305. The surface of the water was calm, without even a single wave. The silver boat pushed open the water and floated alone on this lonely ocean. In the sky, one or two huge seabirds would occasionally fly by and let out two cries. The two suns hung high in the sky, casting down the brilliant sunlight. The silver light reflected was very conspicuous. Xian sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat. The cool sea breeze blew, bringing with it a faint, fishy smell. Her dark purple hair swayed gently in the wind. The golden sunlight shone on her beautiful face, leaving a long golden glow. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly under the golden light. She looked incomparably holy and hazy, like a dream. Yun Nuoxing, who was behind her, saw this beautiful appearance and was a little anxious. He admitted that this appearance was quite attractive, but after what had just happened, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Xian was so calm that he was a little worried. Normally, in this situation, a girl should be furious, right? However, Lan Xian was sitting beside Xian. She had been sitting there, holding the ball of light, and learning the language seriously. Yun Nuoxing was anxious and quickly whispered to her. Lan Xian's little ears twitched, and the ball of light gradually dimmed. Lan Xian put it away and looked back at Yun Nuoxing. She blinked at Mei Mao and then looked at Xian. At this time, the latter's face was blank. Her jade fingers were touching her red lips, and her cheeks were a little red. Lan Xian chuckled and moved her but to sit beside Xian. When she saw her indescribable expression, the corners of her mouth curled up. She suddenly smiled and said, "Xian, I didn't expect you to like Brother Nuoxing." Ah. Xian, who was in a daze, was startled by this voice that suddenly rang out. When she finally reacted to what she had said, her charming face suddenly flushed red. She hurriedly waved her jade-like hands and said in a panic, "No, what's there to hide?" Seeing this, Lan Xian was even more convinced. She smiled faintly and said, "We are all girls. How can we not tell if we like someone? You don't have to feel ashamed about this. Brother Nuoxing is so outstanding. If a girl doesn't like him, then there is a problem." As soon as he said this, not to mention Xian's reaction, Yun Nuoxing, who accidentally overheard him, almost choked on her saliva. She coughed violently, patted her chest hard, and rolled her eyes. Yuan Shi and Ming were a little confused. "What are you talking about? I asked you to enlighten Xian, but you're talking about me." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and waved at Yuan Shi and the others, indicating that it was nothing. When Xian heard this, her delicate body stiffened. She slowly put down her lily-white hands and stared blankly at the calm sea. She seemed to be in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she sighed and turned around. She looked at Lan Xiner and murmured, "Is this love? I don't know. What does it feel like to like someone? What kind of emotion is it? I don't know. My heart is in a mess." If these words were heard by Zai, he would definitely be called an emotional idiot again. It turned out that these two people were like blank sheets of paper when it came to relationships. They didn't know anything and hadn't even opened their eyes to love. In fact, Zai did hear it. At this moment, he was mumbling to himself angrily, "Damn it, it's really difficult to stick these two pieces of paper together and paint them pink. I'm so angry." The sea of fire in the spiritual world was stirred up by this sentence. It seemed to show her anger. Ah, for the love of these two children, I have to work harder. Zai sighed helplessly and pulled his long hair gloomily. He said in a muffled voice, "The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrade, you still have to work harder." Lon Sheener hugged her legs and put her head on her knees. She tilted her head and looked at Zian. After a long time, she said, "The so-called love, I think, is to be willing to do anything for that person. In your heart, you always think of that person." Zian heard this and felt even more confused. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. "You're still young. When you grow up, you'll know." Lon Sheener, who knew her real age, smiled faintly, although she wasn't that old, and saying this seemed a little old-fashioned. Although she hadn't really lived that long, her soul had flowed with the flow of time for a long time. She still had some experience. At least, her mind was no longer that of a teenager. Lon Sheener patted Zian's head and said with a smile, "Also, don't be in a daze here for too long. Brother Nuashing will be worried. You don't want him to be sad with you, right?" After he finished speaking, he took out the crystal ball and immersed his consciousness into it once again, leaving Zian alone at the side to meditate. Hearing this, Zian stared blankly at the sky. A seabird circled alone in her line of sight. She didn't know if it was looking for land or flying aimlessly in the sea. "Sister Zian, I believe that one day you will understand your feelings for a little boy." Suddenly, she recalled what Yuan Qian had said to her. Her perplexed expression cleared up a little as she looked at the clear sky and sighed. Time can settle everything and wash away all the impurities. Then let time prove everything. Seeing her slightly relaxed eyebrows, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with some lingering fear. It seemed that Lon Sheener had temporarily stabilized Zian. "He, Nuashing, sister-in-law is very difficult to deal with." Seeing him like this, Yuanshi looked at Zian and laughed sinisterly. What the hell?" Yun Nuashing, who was originally absent-minded. Although he did not listen to what he said seriously, he subconsciously nodded his head. The moment he reacted, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes widened, and he realized that he seemed to have casually admitted to something incredible. TSK. Seeing this, Yuanshi couldn't help but smack his lips. He shook his head and smiled. "Nothing." The night silently descended, and the two bright full moons slowly climbed to the top of the sky, casting a light purple radiance down. Together with the endless starlight on the horizon, the whole world seemed gorgeous and colorful. Watching the bright, starry sky and moonlight on the empty ocean was a special feeling. The purple light shone on the handsome face. Yun Nuashing slowly woke up from her cultivation state. She gently opened her eyes. A ray of light flashed through them. Seeing that the entire ocean had turned purple, she sighed softly. Unknowingly, it's the purple night again. She slowly stood up and leaned against the side of the boat. Looking back, she found that everyone was cultivating. After observing for a while and finding that there was no problem, she carefully glanced at Zian. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly against the side of the boat, she couldn't help but be stunned. Looking left and right and seeing that no one was awake, she nodded and tiptoed over. Taking off her black windbreaker, she gently covered Ming with it. Then she tiptoed back and put a coat over him before walking back to the side of the boat. The long journey, the endless time, is the path I'm taking really correct? Suddenly remembering something, Yun Nuashing was a little confused. He didn't know if the path he had chosen was correct. The path ahead was difficult and complicated, and he couldn't even see any signs of it. However, after a while, his gaze became firm again. Looking at the distant cluster of galaxies in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh. It must be correct. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing felt a small hand patting his shoulder. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Thinking that it was Lan Sheener, he slowly turned around. The smile on his face instantly froze, and even his body was petrified at this moment. Why are you awake? Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and scratched his head. His gaze was a little unnatural, because the person in front of him was none other than Xian, who had an awkward kiss with him today. At this moment, Xian was staring at him without blinking. The two pairs of eyes were parallel to each other, and he didn't know what to do. Tightening her windbreaker, Xian looked at him and said softly, "I'm not asleep." Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Scratching his head, he glanced at the sky and said, "It's so late. Aren't you sleeping?" "I can't sleep." Xian shook her head. She spread her long hair and let it dance in the wind. Leaning against the edge of the boat, Mei Mao stared at the purple sea in a daze. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing didn't know what to say. He could only stare at the sea. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a little strange. It was very depressing, and the usual harmony was gone. The silver and purple boat gently parted the waves. Behind the boat, the waves rippled for a few meters before returning to normal. The two of them were reflected in the water. They looked a little indifferent, and there was no trace of expression on their faces. After a long time, Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She whispered, "Xing Xing." Yun Nuoxing raised his head and turned to look at her. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong?" "Kiss me." Silence. In the air, there was only the buzzing sound of the wind blowing past their ears. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's world seemed to be collapsing and about to fall apart. "What?" After a long time, he shuddered. His whole body trembled, his face twitched, and his teeth chattered. He looked at Xian in confusion. Seeing him like this, Xian smiled bitterly and shook her head gently. She said, "I said kiss me." This time, it was really clear. However, Yun Nuoxing suspected that he had heard wrongly. He patted his ears hard, and his heart started to beat faster. His worldview was about to be overturned. "Xian, are you confused? Sleepwalking?" Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva and took a step back. He laughed dryly. He didn't know why she was suddenly like this. Could it be that she was provoked, or was she sleepwalking? That was what he thought. However, his gaze couldn't help but fall on those tender and beautiful red lips. Accompanied by the gorgeous moonlight, they looked like a dream and made him feel a little confused. "I'm very awake." Xian smiled faintly and waved her hand. She looked firmly at Yun Nuoxing and said, "I'm serious." Yun Nuoxing was scared. He couldn't help but take a step back. Just as he was about to say something, a lily-white hand wrapped around his waist and pulled him into a soft embrace. He was so scared that he couldn't say anything. "Don't say anything. Kiss me." Xian pulled Yun Nuoxing into her arms. She wrapped her soft arms around his neck so that he couldn't escape. She blinked at Mei Mao, then closed her eyes and moved her small mouth forward. Today was definitely the most frightening day Yun Nuoxing had ever been. There was no other day. He was almost driven crazy. Even when he was caught off guard by Xian Yin's sneak attack, it wasn't as frightening as today. At this moment, his psychological defenses had already collapsed beyond recognition. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her disappointingly. He gritted his teeth and sighed, helplessly in his heart. "If I die, then so be it. If I die under a peony, then I'll be a romantic ghost." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He glanced at Xian one last time. He slowly lowered his head, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth slightly. he kissed Xian's cherry lips. Chapter 306. The moonlight was enchanting, and the stars were shining brightly. On the silver boat, the two figures were pressed tightly together. Even the moonlight dimmed at this moment, and the cloudless sea suddenly became much darker. This kiss was different from the previous one, which left them in a daze. During this kiss, both of them carried some inexplicable emotions. This should have been the most touching moment. The surface of the sea was quiet. Even Ziyi, who had witnessed everything in the spiritual world, was very quiet. She didn't say anything. She silently picked up her diary and solemnly wrote down this matter. Looking at her beautiful face that couldn't hide her joy, it was clear that she must have misunderstood. These two people were definitely not doing this out of love. When the moonlight brightened again, the two blushing faces slowly separated. Yun Nuoxing stared at the pair of limpid eyes that were no longer confused and were instead filled with deep affection. She couldn't help but swallow. Although the passion just now had some inexplicable components, it didn't affect its own meaning. It successfully seduced the two of them. With the help of the moonlight, Yun Nuoxing clearly saw the person in her arms. Her heart trembled violently. Xian's eyes were misty, and her eyes were like silk. She had lost a trace of elegance and gained a touch of charm. Under the illumination of the purple light, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. His body trembled, and Yun Nuoxing slapped himself in his heart. He hurriedly took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his chaotic emotions. Gently stroking her soft hair, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask, "That little girl, can you give me a reason?" Hearing this, Xian's delicate body trembled. She lowered her head very low, almost burying it in Yun Nuoxing's chest. After fidgeting for a long time, she muttered softly, "A little, Yun Nuoxing tidied up Xian's long hair and asked softly, "A little what?" "A little. I want a little. I want to find an answer." Xian shook her head. Her face was red, as if she didn't want to say it. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. What kind of question was this? He couldn't help but pat her head and say, "Silly girl, even if you want an answer, you don't have to do it this way." Hearing this, Xian shook her head gently and said, "I think this is the fastest way to get an answer. All right, do you have an answer now?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He didn't argue with her and asked directly. Xian tilted her head and looked at him. Then she tilted her head to the other side and looked behind him. Then she looked directly at the sky. After a long time, she slowly focused her gaze on Yun Nuoxing. She blinked her Mei Mao and said uncertainly, "I think I do, but I also don't think so." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that the two of them were in an extremely intimate position. His handsome face blushed, and he tried to struggle out of her embrace. After a while, he allowed her to hug him again. Although Xian didn't say much, he could feel the churning emotions in her heart. It was like a stormy sea, causing him to feel uneasy. Of course, at this moment, he didn't completely calm down. The two of them were tightly pressed together, as if they were going to melt together. Of course, there were some places that were touching intimately, which made a certain someone's heart flutter. His breathing became a little erratic, and he hurriedly recited scriptures in his heart. Only then did he not overreact in certain places. Otherwise, it would really be awkward. The two of them hugged each other tightly and listened to each other's heartbeats. At this moment, they only felt that the world was strangely quiet. Only the thumping of their hearts gradually resonated and slowly combined into a gentle and rhythmic heartbeat. "Can I borrow it for one night?" Xian suddenly asked. Yun Nuoxing, who almost fell asleep standing up, was stunned for a moment. Her mind was still in a daze, and her reaction was half a beat slower. Huh. Just as Yun Nuoshing was a little confused, Xian suddenly turned sideways and pulled her gently onto the deck. He glanced at her a little stiff and said softly, "Go to sleep." After that, he directly closed Mei Mao. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that the world was filled with snowflakes. At this moment, her expression was incomparably horrified and funny, as if she had heard something terrifying. "Hey, hey, hey, little girl." At this moment, Yun Nuoshing couldn't care about anything else. Her handsome face was pale, and she hurriedly reached out a hand, shook Xian, and called out softly. Phew! However, Xian ignored her. There was a faint sound of calm breathing, as if she had fallen asleep. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that her worldview had been kicked upside down. "Miss, you're so fragrant. How do you want me to sleep? If this goes on, my mind will be distorted. Seeing her like this," Yun Nuoshing wailed in her heart. A pleasant fragrance wafted from Xian's body. Although it made him feel quite comfortable, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't think too much about it. In any case, he was a little boy who had developed normally. If this kind of thing happened too often, his mind would become perverted. First, there was Sister, then there was Xianin, then there was Exan, and now even Xian is treating me like a bolster. What the F***CK did I do to deserve this? Yun Nuoshing fiercely ground her teeth. She was so angry that she broke down. She couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. What a sin, what a sin! After hysterically roaring a few times in her heart, Yun Nuoshing finally felt tired. Her heart was tired, and she felt that she wouldn't love again. Then her head tilted to one side, and she rested her head on Xian's soft and fragrant shoulder, slowly falling asleep. Just as Yun Nuoshing couldn't support her body and mind and fell asleep, Xian gently opened Mei Mao. She glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was breathing calmly, and touched his head with her lily-white hand. She turned her head and looked at the vast, starry sky. She couldn't help but sigh, biting her red lips. Xian looked at Yun Nuoshing, who even showed signs of fatigue in his sleeping posture. She felt a little sorry for him. She raised her head slightly, put her mouth next to his ear, and whispered as if she was sleep-talking, "Xing, I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you the answer yet." After she finished speaking, she looked at him again. Her lily-white hand wrapped around Yun Nuoshing's long, dark purple hair that fell in front of her. Her red lips gently pressed against Yun Nuoshing's mouth. After a long time, she released him. She wrapped one hand around his waist and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when a faint light lit up in the east, half of the sea was illuminated in orange. When a ray of light shone on Yuanxi's face, Yuanxi's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the two suns that rose one after the other, stretched lazily, and yawned loudly. His gaze shifted, and he almost jumped into the sea. With dead fish eyes, Yuanxi looked at the two figures in the distance. They were covered in black windbreakers, and they were stuck together. Instantly, he felt that his HP bar was about to be emptied. Cough. This public display of affection, I give it full marks. He coughed painfully. Yuanxi felt his heart hurt, his mind hurt, his liver hurt, and his whole body hurt. He trembled as he wiped away the non-existent blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, he couldn't help but look at the two of them. He realized that Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were sleeping peacefully, as if they had found something that could comfort their souls. Pausing, Yuanxi saw little Ming kneeling quietly at the side. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be asleep. He couldn't help but mutter, "Seriously, did they throw Ming aside to enjoy themselves?" After he said that, he walked over. Just as he was about to put Ming down, he realized that the latter suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him with her lively little eyes. Shoo, don't disturb Big Brother and Yun Nuashing. Ming put her little hand to her mouth and smiled sweetly, revealing a mouthful of pearl-like white teeth. She looked very cute. Lan Sheener's figure silently appeared at the side. She looked at the few of them, and then looked at Xian, whose pretty face seemed to be filled with happiness. She smiled and said telepathically, "Go away, Brother Nuashing and Yun Nuashing are about to wake up. It's not good to scare them." After she said that, Ming and Yun Nuashing nodded and tiptoed away, pretending that they hadn't seen anything. When the two suns chased each other up to the sky, a warm aura filled the entire world. Yun Nuashing and Ziyan, at this moment, opened their eyes at the same time. Their 4 eyes looked at each other. For some reason, the two of them actually laughed. A hearty laughter and a light laughter intertwined together. It was very cheerful. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing rubbed Zian's head and said, "Little girl, what are you laughing at?" "Little Star is the one laughing. Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" When Xian heard that, she curled her lips in amusement and smiled sweetly. When they heard that the two of them had suddenly become much more intimate, Lan Sheener and the other two were stunned. They didn't know what had happened last night to cause such a change. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Although they didn't know what the specific relationship was, no matter what the two of them said, Yuan Shi didn't think that it was just a simple friendship. Of course, the three of them didn't walk over. They just stood at the side and looked at the sea silently with an expression that said, "I didn't hear anything." At the same time, they used energy to cover their ears and deliberately created a secret space that belonged to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao glanced at them secretly. When she saw Yuan Shi and Yun Nuashing's expressions, she couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing and blinked her bright eyes. She pulled him up and hesitated for a while. Then she said softly, "Xing Xing, last night, I seemed to be too willful and embarrassed you. I'm sorry." Even though Yun Nuashing's ears were sharp and his hands were fast, he couldn't cover Xian's cherry lips in time. Those 3 words floated out perfectly. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled indifferently. "What's there to apologize for? Actually, I took advantage of you this time. I should be the one apologizing." Ziyan's long and slender eyelashes trembled twice when she heard this. She shook her head and was just about to say something when a warm hand directly covered her small mouth. The following words directly caused a wisp of red to spread from her slender jade neck all the way to the tip of her delicate ears. But speaking of which, last night's kiss was really alluring. It was a kiss from a beauty. As expected, it was soul-stirring and made my heart palpitate. Even I was a little tempted. By the way, it was so soft and fragrant, Yun Nuashing said with a sinister smile. He said some things without any shame. He couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw her shy and alluring appearance. Xian's pretty face turned even redder when she saw him like this. Her head was so hot that it felt like it was going to burn. Her vision became a little blurry, and she could even see a few wisps of white smoke drifting out from the top of her head. "Bad Xing Xing, are you addicted?" Xian whispered as she moved his hand away. She wanted to break free from Yun Nuashing's embrace, but found that she couldn't use any strength. "Ha ha!" Yun Nuashing grinned when he heard that. He nodded and said very seriously, "Little girl, this situation was caused by you. What do you think you should do?" Xian was so embarrassed that she almost fainted when she heard that. She looked like a weak lamb that had fallen into the mouth of a ferocious, hungry wolf. She didn't know what to do. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly when he saw that she was about to faint. He continued to act like a hooligan without any mercy. He gently wiped his finger across her tender and alluring lips that were so red that it could bleed if he pinched her. Then he placed his finger next to his mouth and gently tapped it. Shing shing. Yun Nuoshing still didn't stop his crusade against her. Xian really wanted to faint in his arms. Even her heartbeat and breathing became a little chaotic. She thought about it for a while, then fiercely bit her crystal-like white teeth. Yun Nuoshing felt that he had teased her enough and was about to stop. Who knew that in the next moment, a blushing, pretty face would suddenly enlarge in front of his eyes. Then his lips suddenly touched something soft. This time, it was his turn to be dumbfounded. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing's heart felt like there were 1,000 dragons roaring and soaring, and a group of demons dancing wildly. The sky full of fireworks bloomed with mesmerizing colors, and the colorful light drowned the world. Just as the two of them gradually became addicted to it, Yuan Shi, who was by the side of the boat, finally couldn't stand the pink light behind him. He pulled out a handful of his hair and turned his head in grief and indignation. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Spare." Before he could finish, "Spare a single dog like me. Woof woof is also a life." Lan Shiner raised her hand and knocked him out. At the same time, she turned Ming, who was peeking through the gap between her palms, back. Then she took the two of them and disappeared from the boat in a flash, leaving the two of them behind to spend a beautiful and sweet time together. Ah, it's really a good day. Little Xian, it's about time to wear a red dress or a wedding dress. It's said that the wedding dresses brought by the people from the mortal world are very fashionable and beautiful. Ah, why don't you wear both, one of each? As for the wedding, we'll hold one in the peaceful world. You'll wear a wedding dress, and here you'll wear a red dress. In the spiritual world, Ziyi solemnly noted down this matter when he saw the two of them kissing passionately. He had even arranged for the wedding between the two of them. If Yun Nuoshing knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 tons of blood and shout, "Miss, you've misunderstood me. It's really a good day." Chapter 307. The city of the Sea King was located on the only sea in the northern wilderness. Countless ships came and went. It was a true harbor city, a miracle of engineering. The city was not built on land that protruded from the bottom of the sea, but on a huge platform that was rooted in the sea by a huge pillar. It did not contain a trace of energy and was completely man-made. It connected the two areas across the sea like a relay station on the sea. Of course, there was also a very important reason why the city was stationed here. The north was directly connected to the sea, where the Tana's water god temple was located. These two seas were connected and had been connected for millions of years. However, the waters of the two seas were not connected because this was the Sea of Life, while the one in the north was the vast Dead Sea, lifeless and lifeless. The city of the Sea King was also the city closest to the Tana's water god temple. Much information about the sea would be discovered by the people here first and then spread out. Therefore, there were also many people from first-class forces stationed here, looking forward to the day when the Tana's water god temple resurfaced so that they could go in and see what kind of place it was. After all, that area of the sea was guarded by a strange energy. Even if a god were to enter, they would not be able to fly. The only way to enter the Tana's water god temple was by water. Therefore, there were also countless strong men guarding this place. It could be said that it was the best place to attack the Tana's water god temple. The stronghold on sea, the city of the Sea King, has someone been paying attention to this place since so long ago? The silver boat drifted on the sea. Yun Nuoshing looked at the distant horizon and saw a small shadow slowly rising. Then she looked at the map again and put it away. It's not on the map. Xian sat aside and looked away. He was a little surprised. Yun Nuoshing nodded and could not help but exhale. Even a city built 1 million years ago was not marked on this treasure map. How old was this map? Looking at the blue shadow in the distant sky, Yuan-shi stretched and said, "Are we finally going to land? I've been drifting on the sea for half a year. Every day, all I see is a blue sea. There aren't many ghosts around. Recently, my knees have been hurting a little. I don't know if it's because of rheumatism." Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. She also heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't bored during this half-year journey. If it weren't for the few people around her who could chat and relieve her boredom, she would have really gone crazy. By then, she probably wouldn't even be able to speak when she got close to the world again. "Brother, I don't want to eat fish anymore. Can we eat something else later?" The happiest person was Ming, the little foodie. For the past 6 months, she had been eating fish. There were all kinds of fish of all shapes and sizes, which made her want to vomit whenever she saw fish. Now that she saw a city, all kinds of delicacies appeared in her little head. Pinching her nose with a smile, Yun Nuoshing said, "Don't worry. Sea King City has dealings with other cities on the mainland, so there will probably be other things brought in. By the way, Ming, can you get down and walk on your own?" Yun Nuoshing patted Ming's head and couldn't help but ask when she saw that she had to curl up in her arms. "No, I just want brother to carry me." Ming frowned and said unwillingly. She even waved her little fists, making everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why? Ming, you've grown up. It's time for you to get down and walk on your own." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. As Ming grew older, her petite body slowly became taller. She was about 11 years old. In just half a year, she had grown a lot taller. She was no longer a child who could curl up in other people's arms. Looking at her now made everyone feel that she was having a hard time. "I don't want to." Ming shook her little head. "That's why." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "I just don't want to." That's exactly why. After arguing for a long time, Yun Nuoshing finally compromised. She suddenly felt that life was a tragedy. However, looking at Ming's happy face in her arms, this thought was instantly erased. She patted her little head dotingly and let her be. As Yun Nuoshing's boat was made of dragon Xian silver, it attracted the attention of countless people when it entered the harbor. Although they knew that this kind of divine item was out of their reach, it didn't stop some people from yearning for it. The boat gently leaned against the dock. Yun Nuoshing put away the boat and slowly walked into the city under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. As little Ming kept complaining about being hungry, the few of them had to find a restaurant to settle down and relieve the emptiness in their stomachs. At the same time, they could listen to some information in this crowded place. "I heard that the people of the Yu family have returned to Sea King City. Among them is their goddess. She didn't seem to be here the last time we were here. The Yu family only came to Sea King City to settle down. Haven't you heard about the incident in Lihuan City? It is said that the goddess of the Yu family was involved at that time. They were the ones who went to bring her back." TSK, the goddess of the Yu family is really unlucky about the incident in Lihuan City. She went there at this time. She is really lucky to be able to come back alive. Sai, she went to that city by accident. It is said that she brought some stones to the world to show them to the world, but it didn't seem to have any results. Speaking of which, the prohibition of the water god temple in Tanas is about to be broken. The people of the Yu family will probably get involved. Logically speaking, many forces will get involved. Not long after sitting down, Yun Nuoshing heard some information that shocked her. She was stunned almost instantly. The Yu family? Hearing this family, Yun Nuoshing suddenly remembered the black stone in the pendant. There was a word, Feng, written in the language of the gods on it, which made her very interested. However, the other parts of the stone were taken away by the goddess of the Yu family. Now that she was here, she suddenly became excited. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's suddenly interested expression, Ziyen knew what he was thinking. He knew that Yun Nuoshing was still thinking about that piece of black stone, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said softly, "Do you want to go over now?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing looked at little Ming, who was wolfing down the food, as well as Yuan. She shook her head and said, "Let Ming eat his fill first." "Hee, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time." Suddenly, Yuan Shi excitedly said something that made everyone feel confused. An hour later, outside the immortal stone square, Yun Nuoshing and the others were watching from afar. The entrance was completely surrounded by a large group of people. Many people ran over to watch. They looked up and couldn't wait to fly in. Why is it so exaggerated? Looking at the line that was almost 1,000 meters long, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but touch his face and laugh dryly. He didn't expect so many people to gather in the immortal stone square, and they were all here for the goddess of the Yu family. The Yu family was also one of the 8 great ancient families. There was no need to say more about their reputation. However, their reputation was a bit mysterious, because the Yu family was one of the 8 great ancient families. It was a very mysterious and low-key family. It didn't come out for a long time and stood aloof from worldly affairs. If it wasn't for the fact that it came out 1,000,000 years ago, the world wouldn't know that there was such a force in the god realm. It was also from that day onwards that the original 7 great ancient families became the 8 great ancient families. And this family was known as the one that was most fond of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the family, there were more women than men. The women in the family were all beautiful. It was called a heaven-like place by the young people in the world. Many young people wanted to marry into the Yu family or marry a fairy from the Yu family. However, not many people could do it, not even the other 7 great ancient families. Craning his neck to watch from 1,000 meters away, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but shake his head. There were so many people, when would they be able to go in? Of course, he wasn't going for the goddess of the Yu family. His only target was the black stone that the goddess had taken out. He was very curious whether the other black stone had any engravings of the Divine Era's characters. If we continue to squeeze like this, we won't be able to go in no matter what. In fact, the reason why a group of people are stuck here is because the Yu family won't let them go in. Even if they can squeeze to the entrance of the immortal stone shop, they won't be able to go in. Seeing his anxious look, Yuan Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "You have a way." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Hee." Yuan Shi smiled mysteriously and waved his hand, saying, "Follow me." After saying this, he directly left. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. After making many turns and avoiding the crowd, Yuan Shi led them straight to the side door of the immortal stone shop. Surprisingly, there wasn't a crowd here. It was empty except for 2 young girls with swords hanging from their waists. Seeing Yun Nuoshing and the others coming over, the 2 pairs of bright eyes looked over. "2 young masters, please stop." One of the girls took a step forward and said in a clear and melodious voice. "It won't work." Yun Nuoshing heard this and shrugged. Then he looked at Yuan Shi, not knowing what he was planning. "Wait, where did you put that thing?" Yuan Shi curled his lips and then rummaged through his clothes. He didn't know what he was looking for, but his clothes were very messy and he looked very embarrassed. "Oh, here it is." In the end, he took out a white token from the ring on his finger. There was a majestic energy hidden in the depths of the token, which surprised Yun Nuoshing. Yuan Shi walked forward and waved the white token in front of the 2 girls. "This young master, please come this way." The two girls were stunned and went forward to take a look. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they hurriedly invited them in. They even leisurely led the way in front. Yun Nuashing felt a little strange. She didn't know what the token was and asked curiously. A grand elder of the Yu family left this token when he came to the Yuan family as a guest. It is said that you can enter and leave some places in the Yu family and use the portal for free, Yuan, she said with a chuckle. The courtyard in the immortal stone shop was very quiet. The noise outside couldn't be heard at all. The surrounding trees were swaying vigorously with vitality. The cool spring breeze swept by, and it felt cool. After passing through a tree-lined path, there was a small lake in front of them. It was so clear that one could see the bottom, and it reflected the surrounding forest. There was also a small pavilion. There was a faint immortal energy lingering there. It was hazy and invisible. It was hidden between the dense trees. The sound of a pipa flowed between heaven and earth like the sound of nature. It was subtle, gentle, and full of charm. There was a small pavilion by the lake that was hard to detect. It was hidden at the intersection between the forest and the lake. More than half of the pavilion was covered, and the pipa sound was coming from there. In the small pavilion, there was a beautiful and otherworldly woman holding a pipa. Her jade-like hands were dancing lightly. She wore a dress as white as snow, and her jade-like hands were sparkling like snow. She was tall, and her fine black hair was casually draped behind her back. It was casually tied up by a white hairband. Her petite face had a seductive aura. She was absolutely beautiful, no matter how one looked at it. Young Mississippi, the young girl who had been leading the way for Yun Nuashing, and the others bowed to the woman and said respectfully. Then she made an inviting gesture to them. Yuan-shi casually led the others to sit down by the pavilion. Then he stared at the woman with interest, causing the young girl to be at a loss. Suddenly, the pipa sound stopped, and the woman chuckled. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Yuan-shi, who was laughing foolishly. Her clear voice slowly echoed in the small pavilion. It has been more than 10 years since we last met. Brother Yuan-shi, how have you been? Chapter 308. The woman's voice was very special. It contained a strange power with a little bit of magnetism. It was very hazy, but people couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Yun Nuashing heard his words and couldn't help but be stunned. She secretly glanced at Yuan-shi and found that he was looking at the woman in front of him calmly. There was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. Even the young girl was a little surprised. She didn't know the relationship between her family's young miss and this person in front of her. TSK, this little girl is becoming more and more beautiful. After looking for a long time, Yuan-shi couldn't help but laugh. He then looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and said with a smile, "This is Yu Xiao. We met when we were young. Xiao Xiao is my fiancé." Uffed. Yun Nuashing heard this and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. She stared at him in disbelief. What was going on? However, she also understood why Yuan-shi was so excited when he said that he was looking for the goddess of the Yu family. It turned out that he was excited because he wanted to see his fiancée. Many young people thought that marrying a fairy of the Yu family was a special honor, not to mention the goddess. However, no one had ever gotten their wish. If the news spread out that the goddess of the Yu family was already engaged, the young talents of the world would probably be heartbroken. Maybe there would be people who would fight Yuan-shi to the death. Yu Xiao heard this, and her pretty face turned red. Her jade-like fingers lightly plucked the strings of the pipa. She rolled her eyes at Yuan-shi and said coquettishly, "Brother Yuan-shi is really too much. So many years have passed, and you are still like this. These are only temporary. if you can't meet the requirements of the sect elder, all of this is just empty talk. I can't change anything. I am working hard. 300 years to reach the initial God level. It will be very fast. I am not even 30 yet. Yuanshi let out a hollow laugh. Then he stuck out his chest and said proudly, of course, he had such confidence. The growth speed of the God spirit body was like flying a plane. It was said that he could reach the height of the God spirit body. Even the initial God level would not be able to stop him. Yun Nuoshing looked left and right, then nudged Yuanshi with her elbow. She couldn't help but say, "You're always yelling that I'm abusing single people. In the end, you're already a married man. Are you abusing me, or am I abusing you? I'm still single." As soon as she said this, Yuanshi's smile froze. Yu Zhao's pretty face flushed red, and Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smack her lips. Looking at the two of them, even if they didn't have an engagement, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But Xiao Xiao is not by my side. I'm always envious of you. Nuoshing, why are you still single? Aren't there two women beside you? Yuanshi smiled awkwardly. Then he suddenly changed the topic and looked at Xian and Lan Shiner. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Xian was a little shy, but she didn't say anything either. It was as if she had agreed, which made Yuanshi laugh even more. Yu Xiao waved her hand and asked the girl to leave. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing curiously. Mei Mao turned around. When Yuanshi saw her like this, he quickly introduced, "This is Yun Nuoshing." Ha! Ha! Shwa! Er's curse was lifted by his help. Xiao Xiao, you can call him Nuoshing. You don't have to treat him as an outsider. Shwa! Er's curse was lifted. Yu Xiao was stunned. Then she smiled happily and said to Yun Nuoshing, "Brother Nuoshing, you are really a genius." Back then, the elders went to see Shwa, but no one could lift her curse. I didn't expect that you would lift it. I was just lucky. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he waved his hand and didn't say anything. He looked at her and said, "This time I came to the Immortal Stones Square to ask you something. Please say, if I know something, I will not hide it." Yu Xiao nodded. Her magnetic voice sounded softly. Seeing that she agreed, Yun Nuoshing directly took out the black stone and carefully put it on the ground. Then he looked at Yu Zhao's surprised expression and told her the purpose of his visit. This black stone was indeed found by the Yu family. I took one of them on a tour in order to unlock the secret of this black stone. After listening, Yu Xiao nodded and said, "This black stone has been cut open. There is an ancient text inside. However, we asked some ancient scholars to look at it, but they didn't have any clue. Can you show it to me?" When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he laughed secretly. It was the language of the gods. In the world, except for him, only Lan Shiner could recognize this language. "Of course, there is no problem." Yu Xiao nodded. She stood up and led them to the small attic. The black stone was now placed in the attic for the world's geniuses to see and wait for someone to decipher it. The inside of the pavilion was more like a tea house. In the hall on the first floor, there were many people drinking tea and discussing the Tao. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the people present were all people with brains. Those who could stay here were not people with simple identities. The hall was facing the small lake. The scenery was very pleasant. On the terrace of the hall, there were several strange stones. The one in the middle was a little different. It was a pure black stone, shaped like an arrow. Next to it, there was a similar stone. It seemed that the two stones were from the same stone, but they were cut open. On the surface of one of the stones, there was a strange symbol engraved on it. However, these stones were covered by a curtain as if it was not time to open yet. Why hasn't the goddess of the Yu family appeared yet? Was she injured in the Lihuan city and is now recuperating in seclusion? Sigh, I came here with the idea of seeing the goddess. If I can't see her, it will be a pity. Coming to the Sea King city at this time, I'm afraid it's not as simple as just traveling. In my opinion, the Yu family is also here for the Tana's water god temple. That magical place has attracted the attention of many strong cultivators. Do you think the divine body of Na Ling will come here? The divine body of Na Ling only needs to constantly absorb energy to cultivate. Even the condensation of elements is very easy. She will most likely come to a place like the Tana's water god temple, right? Everyone was guessing. Their eyes were faintly looking at the second floor. They were all hoping that the fairy in their hearts would come out and show her face so that she could respond to their expectations. And when they were discussing, they inexplicably discussed Yunnu washing. Hey, now that the divine body of Na Ling is being watched by the whole world, it is impossible for her to come out. If she comes out, I will personally take her origin. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone was stunned and quickly turned their eyes. They could not help but be stunned when they saw that the person who spoke was a man in black. With the strength of the people present, they could naturally see the cultivation of this man. He was an expert of the half-demon level. To reach this level at such a young age, he was already considered a talent of his generation. Are you so confident that you can take down the divine body of Na Ling? In the past, the Qi family tried to take him down, but he escaped. How can you take him down? However, although he was talented, not many people were optimistic about him. The battle between the divine body of Na Ling and the Qi family in the Divine Sky City had spread throughout the 5 regions. Almost everyone knew about it. The divine body of Na Ling can't do it. Hearing this, the man sneered and said, "Since ancient times, there have been a total of 8 divine bodies of Na Ling, but none of them have reached the level of great accomplishment. This 9th generation can't do it either. He can only be a stepping stone under my feet." Moreover, in the past, the divine body of Na Ling did fight with the Qi family, but in the end, the divine body of Na Ling fled. What ability does a person who only knows how to run have? He only has an invincible body. After saying this, the man sneered again. The news spread by the Qi family was more or less glorifying themselves, and the people who saw it that day couldn't tell the truth out of consideration for the Qi family's reputation. As the rumors spread, it became more and more ridiculous. Just as the crowd was about to continue their discussion, a voice that was like the sound of nature was gently transmitted into everyone's hearts, tugging at their heartstrings. It had a strange, magical power. Yu Xiao, who was the focus of everyone's attention, finally slowly walked into the hall from the 2nd floor. She wore a half mask on her pretty face, giving her an extremely mysterious appearance. Until she spoke softly, many people woke up from their daze and heard what she said. The Yu family had displayed a few stones for everyone to comment on, especially the black stone. If anyone could decipher it, the Yu family would reward them handsomely. As for Yun Nuashing and the others, they took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on Yu Xiao and quickly slipped down from the 2nd floor. It would be fun if they were discovered. Under Yu Xiao's signal, a few white-clothed girls who were originally standing beside the stones pulled down the curtain. Many people gathered around to observe the stones, wanting to understand what was going on. The man in black, who was standing at the front, looked at the black stone and smiled, faintly. He said, "Fairies of the Yu family, if I can decipher the words on the black stone, what is the reward? We can satisfy some of your wishes, but not too much." The white-clothed young girls softly replied, startling everyone. What if his wish was to annihilate a certain family? What would they do? I wonder if this wish includes your divine lady? The man in black laughed evilly and looked at the graceful figure on the second floor. Is this guy here to cause trouble? Does he want to die? The divine lady will not marry outside the family. The Yu family will not agree to this condition. Many people looked at the black-clothed man with murderous eyes, but the latter acted as if he didn't see them. He just stared at Yu Shao, who was on the second floor, and then looked at the girls in white in front of him. The girls were not angry and just shook their heads faintly. Yuan Shi, your wife is in danger, Yun Nuoshing laughed and said as she nudged Yuan Shi, whose face had turned black. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's face twitched. She forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and glared fiercely at the man in black. She clenched her fists and said angrily, "Damn it, give me a choice, and that is to beat him up. How dare he steal my wife? Does he not want to live anymore?" However, I really know what the words on the stone are. Is there no room for discussion? The man in black did not give up and smiled faintly. Many people wanted to leave a shoe print on his face. Yu Shao glanced at him and did not say anything. She turned around and left. Many people laughed, looking at her. It was obvious that she was not interested in men. How boring. When the man saw this, he snorted lightly. He flung his sleeves and left without looking back. The people behind him were unwilling to let him go and started shouting, "Hey, kid, don't you know what the words mean? Why did you leave without saying anything? He is still thinking about the divine lady. He must be crazy." Yun Nuoshing looked at the man, leaving. Her evil spirit eye was activated involuntarily. She took a look, and her body trembled. Everyone was a little surprised. Little Star. Xian pulled his sleeve, not knowing what happened. Yuan, she also looked over curiously. That guy, he really knows what the words mean. Yun Nuoshing frowned. The second stage of the evil spirit I saw through his thoughts. He clearly saw that he was thinking about the word Tian. Moreover, through his own eyes, he clearly saw that it was the word Tian written by the gods. Soul family? I didn't think that there would be someone who knows these words. Yun Nuoshing murmured. Through that person's memory, he saw the power he belonged to. This made everyone stunned. They were at a loss. Obviously, they had never heard of this family. Brother Yuan Shi, you guys come up. I have asked someone to bring the black stone. Suddenly, Yu Shao transmitted his voice to them, which made Yun Nuoshing slightly happy. He hated crowded places the most. Okay. Chapter 309. In a small room in the attic, several people were surrounding the arrow-shaped black stone. Yu Shao sat next to Yuan Shi and looked at Yun Nuoshing curiously. Yun Nuoshing's mouth was wide open, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. Is this really the Kanagami language? Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask as he touched the black stone. When they had just arrived, Yun Nuoshing had said the word out loud. Both of them were stunned. The mythological era, the era that had disappeared from the gods' world, still had some traces left behind. I just didn't expect that other than me and Brother Nuoshing, there would be someone else who could recognize the Kanagami language. Lan Xian, who was sitting back to back with Yun Nuoshing, said with a sigh. At the beginning, she had thought that only she and Yun Nuoshing knew the Kanagami language. She had a feeling that they were old friends. She didn't expect that there would be another family that could recognize the language. She didn't know what to say. Yuan Shi, who was next to her, opened his mouth wide again. He stared at Lan Xian, for a long time before he said, "Are you from the mythological era?" It was no wonder that he was so surprised that his mouth was about to dislocate. In the past 6 months, he didn't know anything about this mysterious figure. The two of them didn't talk much. After all, they didn't have much interaction. It wasn't wrong to say that they had accompanied each other for a long time. Today, when he heard Lon Xian say this, he suddenly felt dizzy. Yu Xiao also felt that it was a little unreal, that era that had turned into ashes, that era that had already disappeared without a trace, had actually pulled out a person today? What the F*CK? This was what Yu Xiao and Yuan she were thinking at this moment. Even though they had good temperaments, they still didn't come back to their senses for a long time. They stared blankly at black stone, and Lon Xian, speechless for a long time. That's why I recognize this language. I also feel that it's very strange, Yin Nuoxing said, as she spread out her hands. Brother Nuoxing, you have the blood of the gods in your body. It's not surprising that you can recognize the Kanagami language, Lon Xian, said helplessly as she bumped his shoulder with her head. Gulp. When Yuanshi heard this, he swallowed hard and stared at Yun Nuoxing, who had spread out her hands helplessly. What's going on? Blood of the gods. Descendant of gods? Why did he suddenly feel that his brother was a little too mysterious, receiving godly divine body and descendant of gods? Nuoxing, Yuan, she opened her mouth to speak, but found that she couldn't say anything. Yu's face's head, Yun Nuoxing's SS, and hers eyes. Yu Xiao touched her dizzy head and calmed down after a long time. She blinked her Mei Mao and suddenly smiled brightly. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, I wonder if little brother Nuoxing is interested in marrying into the Yu family? When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Before Yun Nuoxing could react, Xian frowned as if she was afraid that Yun Nuoxing would be taken away. She hugged him and stared at Yu Xiao, saying, No! When she did this, the others were stunned again. Yuan, she couldn't help but pat Yu Xiao's head and smile helplessly, saying, Xiao, don't mess around. Sister-in-law will be unhappy. When she heard this, Yu Xiao's face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue. She looked at the two and said apologetically, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't know about this. Don't be silly. Yun Nuoxing's face turned red. He turned his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. He didn't say anything, as if he was admitting it. However, looking at his expression, he seemed a little helpless. For a moment, Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. In fact, if you were in other forces, there would be a lot of people fighting over little brother Nuoxing. The descendant of gods is said to be born to become gods. The blood of gods is even a priceless treasure. Yu Xiao smiled and explained, I have a feeling that once the news gets out, someone will capture me and make me into medicine. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. God's blood could bring the dead back to life. It could also prolong one's life. It was an excellent material for refining medicine. If this news were to spread, it would be like a human-shaped elixir being spread to the outside world. It would definitely turn the world upside down. In the era where the gods did not appear, the descendants of the gods were a bunch of divine treasures. Let's not talk about this. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and laughed dryly, saying, Let's see what the relationship between these two stones is. After saying that, he took out the 1-meter-tall black stone and placed it together with the arrowhead. Everyone hurriedly gathered around to take a look. They were also very curious about the origins of these two stones with kamikaze characters on them. When the black stones appeared, the two stones shone together, as if they were breathing rhythmically and resonating with each other. The two words on the stone were also shining at this moment. A strange energy slowly spread out. The others didn't feel anything, but when it fell into the senses of Yun Nuoxing and Lan Xiner, their hearts suddenly twitched. Buzz. There was a slight buzzing sound, and the two black stones suddenly bloomed with a bright light that enveloped the entire room. However, What was surprising was that this light was a pitch-black color. It was so dark that nothing could be seen. In this darkness, there was a faint light that flickered. Yun Nuoshing was no stranger to this dark yet bright color. It was circulating in his body repeatedly, as if it was evolving into a galaxy. It was the power of the stars. No, it should be said that it was the power of the stars that connected a galaxy. Buzz. The buzzing sound dissipated, and the bright light caused everyone to quickly close their eyes. After a long time, they felt that the light had disappeared. They quickly opened their eyes, but were stunned for a moment. This is a galaxy. The surroundings were pitch black, but there were endless stars twinkling in the distance. The few of them floated in this dark space and felt that their bodies were light. They were no longer bound by gravity, but miraculously there was air to breathe. Subconsciously, they touched the wall that was supposed to be on their right, but they touched nothing. Even when they stretched out their arms, they still couldn't touch the wall that was close to them. It was as if they were really in a galaxy, which made them a little stunned. Yuanshi subconsciously grabbed Yu Xiao and took a breath. He was stunned for a moment and said, "This is indeed a galaxy, and there is no gravity. However, why is there air?" "I don't know either." Yun Nuoshing grabbed the three girls so that they wouldn't be separated. He smiled bitterly. "Brother, you are really lucky. You are so lucky." Yuanshi looked at him. Although it was inappropriate, he couldn't help but tease him. "Get lost." Yun Nuoshing shook his head weakly. Then he turned his head and looked at the two black stones that were floating not far away. He frowned. At this time, the two black rocks were revolving around an invisible point. The two words were reflected from the inside of the rocks. Even the thick rock walls couldn't block them. The light directly penetrated through and manifested in this strange star field. The four words were shining brightly. Sealed heaven and earth. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The last two words were a little dim. The first two words were reflected by the two black stones floating in front of him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that it should be a place. "Have you heard of this place?" Yun Nuoshing asked as he scratched his head. However, they all shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't know. After all, so many eras had passed. Any place should have turned into ashes or changed greatly. However, even Lon Sheener, who was born in the mythological era, hadn't heard of it. There are no ancient books about the mythological era. Even the Yu family, which is only one era away, has no information about the mythological era. Yu Xiao thought for a long time and shook his head helplessly. Although the Yu family and the other families were called the 8 ancient families, they were actually families that had risen since the remote antiquity era. Because their ancestors had godlike existences, they had the inheritance of godlike existences that had been passed down until now. After all, that era disappeared too completely. The ancestor of the Yu family, who became a seer in his later years, once explored the mythological era. He tried to find the history of the gods. In the end, he suffered a backlash and almost died. There was no result. Yu Xiao said softly, "The search was fruitless. Even a seer can't go against the current to find the history. Did the mythological era really disappear so completely?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily. The last sentence was said very softly. Even the 3 women on top of him couldn't hear what he said. Looking at the 2 black stones, he suddenly seemed to see a blurry shadow. He couldn't help but be stunned. "No, there are some other words." Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened his evil spirit eye. A purple gold array appeared. This was the sign that he had activated his evil spirit eye to the extreme. Other words? Everyone was stunned. They didn't see anything. Just as they were about to ask, they saw him like this. They held their breaths and stared at him, not daring to breathe. Yun Nuoshing stared intently at those 4 words. His originally small eyes were now wide open. A moment later, those 4 words sealed heaven and earth became blurry. After swaying for a while, the 4 balls of light merged together and then slowly separated. They once again turned into 4 new words. When they stabilized and became clear again, he opened his mouth and said those 4 words. Celestial God of Chaos. Celestial God. This celestial God wasn't a celestial God. It wasn't a celestial God, a beginner God. Usually, those who could be given such a title were supreme beings who had stepped into the rebirth realm. They were gods, existences that surpassed gods. They stood in the clouds and looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With a single thought, nothing in the world dared to disobey. Only those who had reached that level could use the title of Celestial God. Celestial God of Chaos? When they heard this, they were stunned. However, Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were slightly stunned. They frowned and fell into deep thought. The 2 of them sat cross-legged in the starry sky. They seemed to have some impression of this name. Seeing them like this, Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other. They wisely kept their mouths shut and looked at them quietly. They wanted to hear what secrets they had. After waiting for a few minutes, the 2 of them suddenly trembled. Their faces were filled with shock. They stared at Yun Nuoshing as if they had seen a ghost. Together with Zi Yi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, they spat out a sentence. The taboo, celestial God of the primordial era. When he heard the voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly activated his soul power. His soul power churned in his mind and strengthened the connection between him and Zi Yi. Although he had a lot to say, he had to see Zi Yi first. Zi Yi, you've been hiding from me for half a year. It's time for you to come out and meet me. Yun Nuoshing directly rushed in front of the purple-clothed girl, rubbed her head with all his might, and said bitterly. However, when he saw that oval face that was even more bitter than him, he immediately lost his anger. Humph! Zi Yi was stunned when he saw Yun Nuoshing suddenly appear in front of him. The moment he heard the name, he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. He couldn't even seal himself. He could only snort and turn his face away. He didn't even look at him. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and sat cross-legged in front of her. Anyway, he had to make some things clear this time. The heavenly god of primal chaos, whose real name was Quarter Moon, was once the most outstanding hero of his time. He won every battle and fought his way to the realm of rebirth. He was like a comet that cut across the entire realm of the gods. There was no one who didn't know his name. However, one day, he inexplicably died. Many records about him were quickly lost. In less than half a century, no one remembers this heavenly god anymore. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family was left behind from the ancient era and had some ancient records, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't know about him. Yu Xiao said slowly. No one remembers him anymore? Yun Nuoshing's hands trembled. Usually, people who had the strength to become gods were people whose names resounded throughout the world. They should be engraved in the hearts of the people. How could this heavenly god, who dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, be forgotten so easily? I've heard a little about him. The heavenly god of primal chaos and Quarter Moon's names can't be mentioned. After his death, it became an absolute secret in the ancient era. Some of the ancient great forces of the same generation kept their mouths shut as if they were afraid of something, Yuan Shi added with a nod. Then could these 2 black stones have been left behind by the heavenly god of primal chaos? Yun Nuoshing rubbed the space between his brows and said, maybe Yuan Shi and Zi Yi were a little uncertain. They looked at Yun Nuoxing's puzzled expression and said with a wry smile, "We're not too sure." Several eras have passed since the ancient era. Many ancient books have disappeared. Even the family's library doesn't have that many ancient books. If the family's elders hadn't mentioned it, we probably wouldn't have known about this. Moreover, after the elders finished speaking, they slapped themselves a few times in fear and said that they had said the wrong thing. They were very nervous and seemed unwilling to talk about it. Ha! Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. How could it be so strange that they had to slap themselves when they spoke? It's not just the wrong thing. They can't talk about it at all. Forbidden heavenly God. Forbidden heavenly God. They already said that it's a taboo. How can they talk about it? This person is basically an existence that has been sealed away. Ziyi couldn't help but sigh at this time. Sealed away? Yun Nuoxing didn't understand. Ziyi glared at him and pulled him into her arms. She ruthlessly ravaged him, making him suffer unspeakably. However, there was nothing she could say at this moment. Letting her vent her anger would be enough to end the Cold War. Yi, I was wrong, 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 I shouldn't have acted so indifferent. Yun Nuoxing cried and apologized with all her might. Her two jade hands moved around his handsome face, making him feel pain and pleasure. Humph! Ziyi pursed her lips, and her mood unknowingly became much better. She also let go of Yun Nuoxing and lightly opened her red lips, saying, "Actually, I only know a little more than those two little dolls." Xian Yu was the most legendary existence in the primeval age. His cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he was invincible in the world. He was born to be a king. However, the past of such a legendary figure was like a blank piece of paper. No one knew about his past. It was as if he had jumped out of a rock. Moreover, he disappeared without a trace in the middle of the primeval age. It was said that someone had seen him in the Ganyuan region, but there were no more records. From that day onwards, the primal chaos god no longer existed in the world. Even mentioning him would cause divine punishment. Heavenly punishment. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. She didn't understand why the mention of a person's name would cause a heavenly punishment. Yes, but I don't know the exact reason. Ziyi nodded and said, "Sealed heaven and earth. The heavenly god of primordial age. What's the connection between the two?" Yun Nuoxing sighed. Chapter 310. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing thought of something. He raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why would the gods of the far ancient era mention the words of the mythological era?" As soon as this question came out, Yuan Shi and Yu Weishao were stunned. They pondered for a long time, but shook their heads. It seemed that they didn't know either. In the quiet, starry sky, there was only a slight buzzing sound slowly circulating. The few of them sat in the starry sky, looking at each other. No one said anything. The atmosphere here suddenly became stiff. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing coughed and closed his evil spirit eye. The four words returned to their original state, suspended above the black stone. The faint brilliance looked a little strange. The palms separated the two resonating black stones, and as the black stones stopped resonating, a sudden gravitational force shrouded the few of them. The surrounding star field gradually blurred, but in a moment it returned to the original appearance of the room. The few of them didn't say much. Yun Nuoxing didn't take the black stone away. After all, it was someone else's, and it wasn't good to take it away casually, even though Yuan Shi asked him to. "When I collect the other two stones one day, I will come back to take this black stone." Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and refused. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything more. Since it was a forbidden sky god, then there was no need to mention it again. Underwater ruins. The next day, Yu Xiao found Yun Nuoshing and the others and wanted to invite him to a place, but when he heard about this place, he was a little confused. Well, it's under the Sea King City. It has been explored many times, but there is a place that can't be opened. Some people speculate that only the gods can enter in person, but such a person can't even be seen on normal days. A few years have passed, and no one has been seen. Nuoshing, you are a descendant of the gods, so maybe you can open it. Yu Xiao nodded and said, "Who left the ruins?" Yuanxi asked, "It wasn't left by anyone. That place is the ruins of a city. It used to be a prosperous city, but it later sank to the bottom of the water." Yu Xiao paused and said, "I also heard this from others. It's all rumors. The last time I passed by here, I didn't have time to check it out." An underwater city. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he agreed. He had nothing to do at this time anyway, and the Tana's water temple hadn't opened yet, so he took a walk and relax. The blue sky's blue, blue, the blue sky, and the sea surface, the sea, blue, and blue, the sea surface was so calm that it looked like a huge blue crystal. There was nothing as far as the eye could see. The sky and the sea, the vast space gave off a sense of relaxation. The cool seawater passed through the energy barrier. Yu Xiao and Yuan, she led the way in front. Several strands of immortal qi blended together, and the speed at which they dove could be said to be as fast as flying. As he dived deeper, the surrounding seawater became darker and darker. In just a few moments, the surroundings were pitch black. Sunlight could not penetrate the thick seawater. The dark scene was as if there was no light at all. It yuns hell ti yun hell, ti. After diving for a long time, it was unknown whether it was 10,000 meters or 100,000 meters. The energy shield even caved in a little. It was even on the verge of collapsing, as it could not withstand the surrounding pressure. I heard the sound of eggs being cracked. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched as she laughed dryly. The barrier in front of her was sunken, and there were even a few cracks. Why is it so deep? Yu Xiao was speechless. The energy shield that they had put up together was about to crack under the pressure of the deep water. Xiao, don't tell me you don't know? Yuanxi patted her head and couldn't help but ask. I've only heard about it. I didn't expect the distance to be so long. Yu Xiao laughed dryly. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. If this energy shield were to break apart, the huge water pressure would definitely crush them into meat patties. If this continues, the energy shield will be destroyed before we reach the bottom of the sea. Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her hips and sighed in exasperation. Then she took out the nether void sword, which flashed with a purplish black light. A vast amount of energy expanded into an energy shield and replaced the energy shield that was about to break apart. Let's go, let's speed up. Yun Nuoshing chuckled and took out the golden chains again. She waved her hands and tied the few of them to her side. Yuanxi and Yu Xiao were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, Xian wisely hugged Yun Nuoshing tightly. Ming also grabbed onto him tightly. Lan Shiner retreated back into the sky piercer. They all knew what was going to happen next. Yun Nuoshing laughed loudly. Dazzling golden light elements surged out from her body. In this boundless dark place, a dazzling golden star suddenly appeared and lit up the surrounding 1,000 meters. Let's go. Condensing all the light elements on his body, Yun Nuoshing glanced down, then turned back to look at Yuanxi and Yu Xiao, who were puzzled. With a sly smile, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed down into the pitch-black darkness with the others. Wait! Slow down! In the deep sea, a dazzling golden light streaked across, bringing with it 2 terrified screams that echoed for a long time, 10 seconds later, the dazzling golden light stopped. Yun Nuoxing looked at the bottom of the sea that suddenly lit up. She was a little surprised. She saw an underwater city. The architectural style was unusually ancient. It was 1,000 miles under the sea, but it wasn't crushed by the huge water pressure. The underwater city was a complete circle. She could vaguely see the layout of the city in the past. The crisscrossing roads divided the city into different districts. In the center of the ruins was an ancient square. Starting from the square, for roads led to the north, south, east, and west. In the center of the square stood a tall tower. The streets radiated out from the tower in a radiating pattern. The tower had complicated relief patterns on it. Blurred. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao supported each other and retched. The sudden acceleration just now had turned their minds and stomachs upside down. A feeling of nausea welled up in their hearts. Spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit it out. Patting the shoulders of the two, Yun Nuoxing looked ahead and said the words that she had said several times. It made them want to raise their middle fingers. Nuoxing, you can't drive at light speed like this. Yuanshi patted his chest. He still felt that his vision was a little blurry and his chest was stuffy. We haven't reached light speed yet. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently. The multicolored patterns on his arm flickered, and the Fangtian halberd appeared in a flash. An aqua-blue figure appeared. Lan Xian, who realized that she had stopped, looked down at the slightly lit ancient city. Her eyes immediately widened, and her voice carried a bit of shock. This is Rain Country. What? The few of them were stunned. They all knew that Lan Xian, was from the mythological era. This underwater ruin was actually the country of that era. Rain Country? There's no mistake. I've been here a few times. Moreover, this architectural style can be recognized at a glance. Lan Xian nodded. Suddenly, she frowned and muttered, "How did the former Rain Country come to this place?" Hearing this, the few of them were a little confused. Rain Country was the country where Tana's water god temple was located. Logically speaking, there was still a long distance between here and Tana's water god temple. How did Rain Country sink here? And Tana's water god temple was so far away. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and turned her head to look at Yu Xiao, whose face was a little pale, and said, "Cough, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao, bring us to that place first. I can't support this barrier for a long time." Touching her dizzy head, Yu Xiao nodded. She thought for a while and pointed at the huge tower in the center of the plaza. She said, "It should be that tower. I've heard those people mention it before." Yun Nuoxing nodded. With a flash of light element, she led the group and rushed over, bringing along another 2 terrified screams. In this dark and boundless seabed, it was very horrifying. Just as they entered Rain Country, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Looking at the buildings, she blinked suspiciously. Then, under the shocked and confused gazes of the few people, she dispersed the barrier supported by the netherworld ruins sword. Yes, everyone hurriedly spoke. At the same time, the energy in their bodies started to circulate, but before they could say anything, they were also stunned, because here there was actually air. A huge barrier enveloped the whole Rain Country, and the black seawater was isolated outside. The inside of Rain Country was like a world of its own without any seawater. Rain Country was very quiet, without any sound. The surrounding buildings were a little dilapidated. Debris fell to the side, and the roofs of the buildings were lifted. There were also cracks in the streets, but looking at the traces, it seemed to have been added recently. This is Rain Country's great protective array. I didn't think that after so many years, it would still be in use. After such a long time, even the immortals would have passed away, Lon Exile said as she looked at the barrier. The few people nodded in agreement. The mythological era, even if it was the end of the mythological era, was a full 98 eras from the present. Even the immortals couldn't have lived for such a long time. It was unknown why this country that had been hidden under the water had lasted for so many years and had survived until today. Yun Nuoshing looked at the towering tower. Beside the central plaza, there was a huge hole that was very discordant. There wasn't even a floor left, as if it had been hollowed out. And this place should be where the Tanasi water god temple used to be, but for some reason, it had fallen off. Walking slowly on the streets, the few of them curiously looked at this country that had been built a few eras ago. Every building revealed an ancient feeling, but they were unusually new, without any trace of time. Rather than saying that it was a creation from a few eras ago, it would be better to say that it was a retro building that had just been built not long ago. Walking along the main road in the south, they went all the way to the huge tower in the middle of the plaza. Yun Nuoshing kept looking up, scanning the tower inch by inch. From the complicated patterns, she could tell that they were some strange beasts, but they were all auspicious divine beasts or great ferocious beasts. They belonged to the kind that only existed in the world, such as the white tiger, phoenix, tautai, swan and eye, and so on. They were all unique in the whole great origin realm, and when they were carved together on the huge tower, they looked half divine and half ferocious. Everyone could tell, but they couldn't quite understand. They asked Lon Sheener, but she didn't know much either. After all, she was only 18 years old when she was sealed, and there were many things that she didn't understand clearly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was ignorant. The other buildings in the ancient country had been turned upside down. Through the courtyards, they could see some traces of barbaric destruction. In one of the courtyards, even the ground had been dug up. It was a true interpretation of what it meant to dig 3 feet into the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine that a group of people had gone on a rampage here, taking away all the treasures they saw. None of the buildings were spared, and the only one that was intact was the tall tower in the middle. This was because at the entrance, there was a water blue barrier that prevented all objects from entering. Yun Nuoshing stopped in her tracks and looked at a small alley on the right. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the few people, she walked over, squatted on the ground, and picked up an ice blue fragment. The fragment was only the size of a palm. It looked like it was made of ice crystals, but it also looked like a kind of metal. It was very cold to the touch, and it even made Yun Nuoshing's palm tingle a little. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in it. "What is this?" Xian and the others came up and asked. Yun Nuoshing put the fragment in her palm and stretched it out for them to see clearly. However, no one could tell what it was. When they touched it, they felt that it was so cold that even their blood was about to freeze. After looking at it suspiciously, Yun Nuoshing carefully put it away. Things left behind in the mythological era were not ordinary things. They might be of great use in the future. Chapter 311. Yun Nuoshing stood at the bottom of the 1,000-feet-tall tower. She tilted her head 90 degrees and slowly lowered it. She looked at the 10-feet-tall door in front of her. The icy blue energy barrier flowed with a pale white luster, and it emitted a bit of cold air. Even from 10 meters away, they could feel a gust of cold air blowing on their bodies, causing them to hurriedly pull their clothes together. Even immortal chi couldn't block this cold. "This is it. You shall lead them to the door." Her delicate hand gently touched the barrier, but it was as if she had touched a block of ice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't enter. It's said that a divine underworld expert couldn't break through it with an all-out attack, and the tower's body was bombarded by someone before, but it didn't even shake a bit. Just as Yu Xiao finished speaking, she saw that her delicate hand was covered with a layer of ice. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. That layer of ice seemed to have embedded her hand into the barrier. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Yuanxi directly rushed up, wanting to punch the ice block, but he was afraid of hurting Yu Xiao. He hurriedly took out a palm-sized stove, spat out a few wisps of fire, and adhered them to the layer of ice on her hand. Ka-ka! That wisp of fire didn't melt the layer of ice. Instead, it was frozen by the extremely low temperature, instantly forming a few flaming ice balls. It was very beautiful. F***CK. Yuanxi was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. That was a demonic-grade Dharma artifact. Yuan Qian had refined it for him to carry on the road for self-defense. How could it not even melt a piece of ice? While he was in a daze, the ice had already spread down that slender arm, and even the internal blood vessels and meridians were all frozen. Yu Xiao was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Even the immortal qi circulating in her body was a bit sluggish. Yun Nuoxing stepped forward in time. Purple flames wrapped his palm, and he grabbed that soft jade arm. The purple night dark flame seeped in and wrapped around half of Yu Xiao's arm. Although this ice was a bit strange and could even freeze the flames of an artifact, the purple night dark flame was a majestic divine flame. No matter how strange the ice was, it could melt it. The thin layer of ice also turned into white gas and dissipated in an instant. Xiao, are you all right? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was easily resolved, Yuanxi hurriedly grabbed Yu Xiao's jade-like arm and rubbed it. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine." Yu Xiao's pretty face reddened. She gently withdrew her hand and shook her head. "Be careful. Things left behind from the mythological era aren't simple. If you're not careful, you'll fall for it." Yun Nuoxing glanced at her as she dissolved the thin layer of ice. Looking at the icy blue barrier, Yun Nuoxing placed her palm on it. A thin layer of ice immediately crept up her jade-white palm. He glanced at his palm, and with a thought, the purple night dark flame started burning in his body. Soon, it was restored to its original state. Tilting her head, Yun Nuoxing bit open her index finger. Pale golden blood flowed out from the tip of her finger and gently wiped it across the barrier. This time, the blood did not freeze. Instead, it tore open a crack in the barrier, and she could vaguely see the situation inside the giant tower. It's effective as expected. Seeing this, the few of them were delighted. Without needing them to say anything, Yun Nuoxing waved her finger. The pale golden blood tore open the barrier silently. A 2-meter-tall door was drawn on the barrier. Then, with a gentle push, the broken barrier was pushed open, directly opening a hole. "Let's go in and see what's inside." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. She waved at the few of them and took the lead to walk in. In our era, the tall tower was a symbol of a country's status. The more complicated the tower, the higher the status of the country. Don't look down on the Tower of Rain country, which is only 3,000 meters tall. In our fairy country, the tower is only 300 meters tall. Moreover, the strange beasts carved on it are some heavenly rocks and golden beasts. They are not qualified to carve divine beasts such as azure dragon, white tiger, and so on. On the way, Lon Sheener explained the distant mythological era to the few of them. If a force has an underworld king, it is a quasi-first-rate force. If it has an underworld emperor, it is considered a first-rate force. If it has an elite of the great heavenly cycle reincarnation, it is considered a transcendental force. Great heavenly cycle reincarnation realm? Everyone was stunned as they recalled what Yuan Shao had said. Reincarnation realm? Did they change their name? Lon Sheener was also stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "At that time, heavenly cycle. Reincarnation realm elites were not rare. It is not wrong to say that there were elites of the reincarnation realm in every country. Elites of that level were earth-shattering when they fought. If they were placed in any transcendental force or country, they would be treated as guests of honor. Reincarnation realm elites were not rare. The few of them opened their mouths wide. In the current era, they did not even see a ghost. Except for Yun Nuwashing, who had a godlike younger sister, the few of them did not seem to have such an elite behind them. In the current era, there are no godlike beings. Lon Sheener could not help but ask when she saw their shocked expressions. The few of them sighed and nodded. Yuan, she said slowly. Although the Yuan family had an elite of the reincarnation realm in their ancestors, it has been many eras since such an elite appeared. Even my father is only at the Emperor God realm. He has been stagnant for many years. The Yu family is about the same." Yu Shao nodded and said, "The other 7 families are the same. However, although no one has entered the reincarnation realm, each family has the power to shock the world. The things left behind by their ancestors are enough to ensure the status of each family in the world of the gods. What did they leave behind that is so powerful?" Yun Nuwashing laughed dryly. At that moment, he had to guard against the Qi family. He wanted to know more about them. Divine spiritual weapons. However, when he heard this, his jaw twitched. Then he smiled bitterly. This was indeed a good choice. In the long river of time, humans had a relatively short time. Even godlike beings would pass away one day. Weapons, ancient scriptures, cultivation techniques, mysterious spell formations, and other similar items could be passed down forever. Divine spirit weapons are also known as eternal divine weapons. With a divine spirit weapon, one can create a transcendent force, or even an immortal divine kingdom. Although there are different levels of eternal divine weapons, once you have one, you can go anywhere in the world, Lon Xian said. So, I can create a great sect that has been passed down for generations. Yun Nuwashing couldn't help but touch his chest. He immediately thought of the whirlpool zither. That was also a divine spiritual weapon, but it was a higher-level godhead weapon. It contained the godhead of the god of music. Of course, this thought flashed through his mind. After all, the whirlpool zither was given to him by Xian Yin to protect himself. Moreover, it could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would be sealed. He could only use it again when he reached the initial divine level. In the mythological era, fights between gods and spirits happened all the time. Sometimes they were driven by the gods themselves, and sometimes they were driven by a big country. Every time, it was as if a big area was going to be torn apart. I saw my father use it once when he fought against someone, and it almost tore an area in half. It was very scary, Lon Xian said with a lingering fear. Most of the battles between the gods took place in the outer realms. Otherwise, the world of the gods would be torn apart. Moreover, at that time, there were many strong cultivators from the outer realms who came to the world of the gods. People from the lower realms? Everyone was stunned. They knew that people from the upper realms could go to the lower realms, but how did people from the lower realms reach the upper realms? The Great Yuan realm was divided into 8 realms, which were 8 huge starry seas. Each realm was divided into countless planes. On the time axis, the same plane was a different world. In this way, in the whole Great Thousand World, there were countless big and small worlds, high and low planes. However, no matter how the Great Yuan realm was divided, the 8 realms had reached the peak of the primordial realm. The world of the gods was the highest plane. it could be said that it truly stood at the top of the world. Crossing between planes was usually from the lower realms to the upper realms. Of course, there was also the reverse. Once one could cross planes, it meant that one had the power to travel between planes. However, crossing between realms of the primordial realm was extremely difficult, not to mention crossing from the lower realms to the upper realms. Even crossing from the upper realms to the lower realms was a little troublesome. At least Yun Nuoshing and the others could not do it now. Well, people from the lower realms also appeared in the world of the gods during the Age of Mythology, but no one knew how they came up. After seeing so many of them, we became accustomed to it. But now, it seems that there are no such people. At the end of her words, Lan Shiner blinked her bright Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Well, I have not heard of them at all. Yun Nuoshing and the others nodded. Up until now, they had not seen a single person from the lower realms. Of course, this was just because they had not seen them. It was said that there were indeed forces founded by people from the lower realms in some areas, but they had not seen them. Those who can cross from the lower realms to the upper realms are all people with amazing talents and great opportunities. One of the patriarchs of the Yu family once saved a person from the lower realms. Later on, that person seemed to have made a name for himself in the world of the gods, Yu Xiao said after pondering for a long time. Something like that. Lan Shiner nodded and said, according to my father and the others, the world of the gods is above the clouds. People from the lower realms, no matter how glorious and powerful they were, are no different from ordinary people. Moreover, people from the three elements realm have also come here. That is the mortal realm. I can't figure out how they crossed 5 elements realms to come here. Most of the 3 elements realms were ordinary worlds. Although there were countless worlds, because they could not cultivate, they were all ordinary worlds. However, things always move in the opposite direction. Not all the people in the 3 elements realms were ordinary. There were some worlds where people could cultivate because of the mutation, and there were earth-shaking people. However, no one knew whether these people had come to the world of the gods. It was said that some of the customs of the world of the gods were similar to those of the 3 elements realms. My father would look up at the starry sky every night and murmur, "One day, I also want to go to the lower realms to see the different worlds and the collision of different civilizations. I want to see what kind of fireworks will splash out." However, in the end, my father did not take that step, and then I was sealed. Lan Shiner sighed, and Mei Mao was a little gloomy. At this point, Yun Nuoshing, Xian, and Ming were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other at the same time, and then turned away silently. Speaking of the lower realms, they all remembered the diary written by Tsang Yenliushing, which mentioned the lower realms. The leisurely and peaceful life there made them feel a little emotional at that time. They had even said that it would be great if they could go there and see it. I don't know if there will be such a day. The 3 of them smiled, faintly, thinking of the various things in the diary. They showed a little yearning. Anyway, back to the topic. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoshing looked around and said, "This pagoda is really empty. Besides the stairs, is there nothing else?" Lan Shiner was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said, "If there is anything, it is only at the top of the pagoda." At that time, the pagoda was actually like a palace. Most people used it to live in. Although it was a symbol of status, it could also be used as a military fortress. When everyone heard this, they smiled bitterly. Without further delay, they walked directly toward the top of the pagoda. Chapter 3:12. The spiraling staircase led them to the top of the pagoda. The distance of 3,000 feet made them run at full speed. They didn't know how many rounds they took before they finally stopped in front of a golden door. At the top of the pagoda, there was a spacious hall that emitted an ancient aura. The floor was as clear as a mirror, without a speck of dust. Creak, with a soft sound, Yin Nuoshing slowly pushed the door open, and everyone walked in slowly. In the hall, there were many bookshelves that were placed neatly, but books were scattered all over the floor. The floor was covered with a layer of books, and there were even a few piles of books. It looked very messy. In the hall, dozens of flames of different colors were dancing and spiraling. Under the inner weaving of the colorful flames, it seemed a little dreamy. Their footsteps landed lightly on the floor without any sound. Their eyes slowly swept across the hall. Looking at the thousands of books, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the mythological era had already disappeared without a trace, and even the history had turned into ashes. Not a single person knew what had happened during the mythological era, and Rain Country was a country from the mythological era. The books from that time recorded the history of the mythological era would most likely be the history of that vanished era. These are all books from the mythological era. They felt a little thirsty. Looking at the pile of books in the middle, they felt dizzy and felt a little unreal. If the situation here was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The books here recorded all kinds of secrets of the mythological era. To the whole immortal realm, they were priceless treasures. Maybe they could even find the reason why the mythological era lasted for 2 eras. Randomly picking up a book, Yuan, she took a look. Then his eyes widened, and he said with a bitter smile, "Even if we get the books from the mythological era, we won't be able to understand them. It's equivalent to nothing." Hearing that, Xian also picked up a book. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the dusty cover, and she said with a smile, "Little Star and Sister Exen are here. Are you afraid that they won't be able to understand?" After they finished speaking, they looked at Yun Nuoshing and Lan Xian. The two of them shuddered when they saw the green light in their eyes. They quickly took 2 steps back, and Lan Xian hid behind Yun Nuoshing. "Little girl, it's fine if you treat us as translation machines, but..." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. She looked at the mountainous pile of books and swallowed her saliva. "There are so many books. If we translate them, you will kill us. Brother Nuoshing, I haven't mastered the language yet. I'll leave the great task of benefiting mankind to you." Lan Xian glanced at Yun Nuoshing cautiously. Then she hurriedly tried to crawl into his arm. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. With a thought, he cut off the connection between his body and the outside world, allowing Lan Xian to pass through his arm. "I say, little girl, do you want to tire me to death?" Yun Nuoshing sighed. Helplessly, he pretended to knock her and said, "There's no need to translate them all in one go. There are so many books. We can't finish reading them all in one go. Just pick a few and keep the rest." Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoshing and Lan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked at the pile of books and felt like crying. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the efficiency of these 2 people was a little low. There were thousands of ancient books here. However, crying was just crying. They looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly. Then they plunged into the pile of books and read the titles of the books one by one. Then they kept the books and looked for some information about the Tana's Water God Temple. After all, they would be going there soon. The Tana's Water God Temple belonged to Rain Country, so there should be some information left behind. At the side, Yuan Shi and the others saw that the 2 were sweating profusely. They didn't want to sit down. Looking at the messy pile of books on the ground, they hurriedly went over to tidy them up. Then, they divided the books according to their volume. After all, they didn't know what the hell was written on the titles of the books. In the huge hall, the few of them buried their heads in their work. It was so quiet that only the sound of flipping books and the sighs of Yun Nuwashing and Lon Exine could be heard from time to time. Soul Clan. Suddenly, Yun Nuwashing saw a book and was stunned for a moment. She thought of the black-robed man she saw at the Celestial Stone Square. Her evil spirit, I saw through that man's mind and knew that he was from the Soul Clan. Moreover, he knew the language of the mythological era. But she didn't expect that this clan had also been passed down from the mythological era. It really has a long history. A clan from the mythological era, much older than the 8 great ancient clans. Yun Nuwashing couldn't help but shake her head. She wasn't too surprised in her heart. After seeing the background of that man, she more or less guessed a little. She sighed, and then slowly flipped through the book. The Soul Clan, from the middle of the mythological era, came into being in the 20th era of the Dayuan world. The clan was located in the central region of the Divine Prefecture and produced many talents. In the myriad god realm, there were few forces that could compare with them. The rise of this clan was inseparably related to a single person. The Soul God was the most outstanding person in the Soul Clan. He had a great reputation in the entire myriad god realm. He had been immersed in the study of the power of the soul all his life. The strength of his soul was unimaginable. On the day he transformed into a god, the boundary between the void plane and the present world became blurred. Endless souls manifested between heaven and earth. The vast power of the soul alarmed the powerhouses of the entire myriad god realm. It was said that he was praised by the first-generation great deity, which made his reputation even greater. His life was also spent in extreme glory. Originally, everyone thought that he would lead his family to a new peak. However, one day, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind such a large family. No one knew where he went. However, the disappearance of the Soul God didn't lead to the decline of the Soul Clan. They were still at the peak of the myriad god realm, a clan that had given birth to more than a dozen great heavenly cycles of reincarnation, had already become a transcendent force that looked down on all living things. The 3 soul divine artifacts that the Soul God had lost became the clan's greatest regret. They couldn't find them back. Soul God. Yun Nuwashing murmured softly and took a deep breath. She naturally knew that those who could be crowned with the title of deity were those who stood above the rebirth realm. Only those who had reached this level could be called deity. To her, a character of that level was completely unimaginable. When I have time, I should pay a visit to the Soul Clan. Slowly closing the book, Yun Nuwashing rubbed her eyes and put the book away. She sighed. Since the Soul Clan had been passed down from the era of mythology, they definitely knew more things. Perhaps they knew everything about the War of the Gods, the Dusk of the Gods. The murals left behind by the Ashen Flame meteor only talked about the war, but didn't explain why it happened. Yun Nuwashing thought for a while and took out the book again. Then she called Lon Exine over and showed her the book. I feel that something is a little strange. Everyone says that the era of mythology has disappeared without a trace and completely disappeared from the Dayuan realm. Why would so many things about the era of mythology suddenly appear? Yun Nuwashing frowned. First, it was the ruins of the era of gods. Then it was Rain Country and Tana's water god's temple. Now, there was the Soul Clan. Lon Exine roughly flipped through the book and blinked at Mei Mao. Then she said, the Soul Clan, there was indeed such a clan at that time. They had as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. However, I don't know more about them. My father said that their rise only happened in a single day, before the Soul God became famous. He had never heard of such a clan. As for why Brother Nuashing always sees things related to the era of mythology, I don't know either. Could it be related to bloodline? Lon Xin shrugged cutely. After all, Yun Nuashing had the blood of a god flowing in her veins. Although she didn't know which god it was, the factors hidden in her genes would always be passed down. It was an unchanging principle. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his forehead. He couldn't figure it out. He just felt that it was very strange and abnormal. Entering the ruins of the era of gods, flipping through history, and seeing the people of the era of mythology, he always felt that there was something guiding him on this path. It made him search for things related to the era of mythology. He believed in fate, but he didn't think that it was fixed. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was the only way to explain it, seeing that he was a little depressed, Lon Xian, or was a little worried. She was afraid that he would misunderstand. She put her delicate hand on his palm and said in a low voice, "Brother Nuashing, don't think too much. If there is a road ahead, just go ahead. No matter what you see, you still have us by your side." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. He took a deep breath and threw away those thoughts. Seeing this, Lon Xian nodded. She leaned on his back and started flipping through the books in front of her. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing quickly became serious. He stretched out his hand and sucked the books closer to him. Then, he started flipping through them one by one. There were many books here, all of which were biographies of people. The people recorded were either gods, alchemy masters, charms masters, magic array masters, weapons masters, forging masters, or some unknown powerful forces or countries. However, there was also a bookcase that recorded all kinds of precious herbs and precious materials from the era of mythology. What surprised Yun Nuashing was that level 12 materials, such as the sun blood crystal, were also very rare materials in the era of mythology. They were in a state of being priceless. Even if people had them, they wouldn't be willing to sell them. Who would be willing to sell a material that was exclusive to the gods? As for the divine grade black crystal, it didn't appear many times in the era of mythology. At that time, even though there were many heaven meridian masters, not many people could find one or two pieces. The highest grade black crystal that appeared in the world was the divine grade black crystal. Divine Flames list. Yun Nuashing put away a book with his right hand and picked up another one with his left hand. He tiredly glanced at it. Just as he was about to put it away out of habit, he suddenly reacted and shouted. This caused the few people in the great hall to raise their heads and look over. Then they quickly gathered around. Everyone was very curious about this mysterious divine flame ranking. However, not many people had a complete layout of it. It had long been lost in history. The divine flames ranking records 150 of the most wondrous flames in the world. It could be a wisp of flame that comes from the heart of the earth, a wisp of fire that descends from the stars, a wisp of life that floats in the endless starry sky, or a flame that is condensed from a star. Every flame has the ability to destroy the world. The birth of every flame will bring disaster. Every flame on the ranking is unique. Once one is born, another will not be born. Yun Nuashing read out softly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They all clicked their tongues in praise. There were 150 kinds of divine flames that were born by the heavens and earth. Just thinking about it was frightening. None of the flames ranked from the 1st to the 20th on the divine flame list are written. However, in the next instant, just when everyone wanted to know the name of the first flame, they heard Yun Nuashing's helpless voice. They immediately rolled their eyes. TCH, it's not complete. Back then, I saw the complete divine flame list. Number 1. Ziyi couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. However, in the next second, he was also stunned. How could I forget? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and muttered that it was unreliable. Then she looked at the flame that was ranked 21st and said, Divine Flames List, 21st, 10,000 illusory flame. Birthplace, unknown. Effect, unknown. Everyone raised their middle fingers. Puffed. It's definitely something that the later generations made up. Otherwise, how could it be so unclear? Ziyi couldn't help but laugh. Divine Flames List, 22nd. Sun Flame. Same as above. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 23rd. Moon Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 24th. Dream Glass Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 80th. Demon Prison Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 90th. Purple Night Flame. Unknown. Uffed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? This guy, he doesn't even know what effect I have. I wonder which tasteless guy wrote this. Ziyi couldn't help but rebuke him when she heard his laughter. Ha! Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. The guy who wrote this book was really something. There was only a name, but no introduction. Tisk, Ziyi rolled her eyes and said, Listen carefully. Your big sister, can draw upon the power of the stars and display Ziye's situation. What are you laughing at? This is the astral domain. It's not for decoration. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's laughter, Ziyi immediately felt unhappy and said angrily, I'm sorry. I didn't even stop laughing before you started talking. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing quickly covered her mouth and put on a serious expression. The purple night flame was born in the astral domain. When the 2 moons were in the sky, the power of the stars filled the sky. The tidal force between the moon and the earth condensed the power of the stars in the sky into a single point. After millions of years of condensing and compressing, a wisp of swaying purple flame was born. It was said that when the purple night flame descended, it would be like a desert with stars shining in the sky, regardless of day or night. The purple moon would always hang in the sky because it was born in the starry sky. When it was found, it had already developed its own intelligence and was very difficult to subdue. Of course, this purple night flame was an exception. It directly ran away with someone else. TSK, I haven't used it yet. Hearing Ziye's explanation, Yun Nuoxing smacked her lips and said with a smile, I'll try it when I have time. Humph, with your current strength, the purple night domain will collapse in an instant if you open it. Ziyi laughed when she heard what Ziyi said and secretly scolded her for overestimating herself. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and laughed embarrassedly. She roughly flipped through the book. Other than the 1st to 20th divine flames, the rest were recorded. Only after the 100th divine flame was there an introduction to the flames. After reading the last type of flame, Yun Nuoxing exclaimed in surprise. There were still dozens of long pages, but after flipping through it, there was nothing recorded. She felt that there was a problem with the binding. Forget it. Although she was a little curious, she was tired and didn't think much about it. She put it away and continued flipping through the book. Chapter 313. In such a huge library, even though the 2 of them kept flipping through the books, it was still a bit strenuous. After reading thousands of books, they felt like they didn't want to touch books again for the rest of their lives. Their eyes were already filled with stars, and they were almost foaming at the mouth. Surrounded by the stacked books, they simply wanted to vomit blood. In the end, after 3 full days, they finally emptied the library of books. During this period, they also saw records about the Devil Thunder List, Heavenly Treasure List, and Heavenly Weapon List, but most of them were incomplete, as if deliberately not written. Only the heavenly weapon list had a clearer record, but there was no record of the heavenly weapon at the top, although Yun Nuoshing knew that it was the Netherworld sword. Brother Nuoshing, I'll go sleep for a while. Don't call me out if there's nothing important. When the last book was put away, Lon Sheener rubbed her dizzy head and directly plunged into the sky piercer in Yun Nuoshing's body. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. His head was like a mass of paste that was constantly being stirred. He couldn't bear this kind of mental exhaustion. His vision turned black, and he directly fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing Yun Nuoshing fall to the ground and sleep soundly, Xian felt a little heartache. In these 3 days, she had watched them flip through the books without a moment of rest. If the two of them didn't have good mental strength, they would probably be drowned by the pile of information. Flipping and reading for 3 consecutive days. Who could bear it? Xian brought Ming to sit beside Yun Nuoshing gently. She lifted his head and placed it on her soft thigh. Her jade finger lightly tapped on his mind, and a gentle soul force gently penetrated into his mind, eliminating the little bit of fatigue for him. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Lon Sheener wisely didn't say anything. They also found a place to sit down and cultivate. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuoshing felt a gentle force lingering around him. He was slightly stunned. The extremely familiar force immediately told him who it came from. His handsome face couldn't help but blush. He waved his hand and threw a large string of words floating in front of him to the side, and then directly lay down. I'll be fine after some rest. Yun Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly as he looked at the sea of information in the distance. He had courted death by storing all the information from the books into his mind. Now, he was completely unconscious. It could be said that he had courted death. Not long after Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes, a purple flame quietly appeared beside him. Then it turned into a purple fire bed and lifted him up. Ziyi appeared on the edge of the bed. He glanced at the person sleeping soundly behind him and could not help but sigh. He muttered to himself, "What an idiot!" He directly sent the information of 1,000 books into his mind. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Her jade-like hand supported her pure white chin. She turned around to look at Yun Nuoshing and shook her head helplessly. The flame turned into a soft blanket and gently covered Yun Nuoshing's body. She looked at the sea of information in the distance and sighed. Really, little idiot. After saying that, she dove in and helped him organize the pile of information. Because she was connected to Yun Nuoshing's mind, Ziyi also learned the language of the gods that he had awakened. Naturally, she could understand this bit of information. All of a sudden, her dancing hand stopped. Zai blankly grabbed a piece of information before her. She looked at it in bewilderment and frowned. At the end of the gods' era, the ancient devil was born. The primordial realm was in chaos. The gods fell. The restrictions were broken. The 8 realms collapsed. The twilight of the gods. Darkness descended. Ziyi murmured softly. This was a biography of a certain celestial phenomenon master. This person made this prophecy when he was about to die, and recorded it. When she saw it now, she could not help but suck in a cold breath. Ancient devil. Ziyi stared at these 2 words in a daze. Her emotions churned. She knew that this god was referring to the first generation great celestial phenomenon. The first generation great celestial phenomenon was annihilated by this so-called ancient devil. Restrictions, I don't understand. After looking at it for a long time, Ziyi was at a loss again. She still could not understand. The first generation great celestial phenomenon, who looked down on all living things in the heavens, disappeared so easily. What kind of god was this ancient devil? How could he fight against the first generation of gods? Forget it. In the end, she sighed and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was sleeping peacefully behind her. She waved her hand and destroyed this piece of information. There were some things that were better left unknown to him, and Yun Nuoshing, who had been sleeping all this time, naturally did not know that some information had been unknowingly erased by Ziyi, because the ancient ruins of Rain Country had already been revealed for a very long time. Other than this tall tower, it had already been explored countless times. Although clans with eternal divine weapons might be able to open the barrier of this tower, unfortunately, no one knew the true face of this ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Thus, it had not been used all this time. Instead, it had benefited Yun Nuoshing and the others who had directly emptied this precious library. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. When Yun Nuoshing woke up, she suddenly felt that the burden in her head had disappeared all of a sudden. It was as if a large mountain had suddenly been removed from her back. There was an indescribable feeling of relief. However, when she saw the drowsy Ziyi at the side, and then saw the neat and orderly information in the distance, she instantly understood something. She smiled and shook her head. Silly girl. Yun Nuoshing smiled and carried Ziyi up. She gently placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then retreated. Those deep purple eyes were probably something that Yun Nuoshing would not be able to forget even after many years. There was a hint of gentleness and a faint smile in her eyes, which caused him to blush. Although he had done even bigger things, he was still defeated by such a small thing. He really did not know what to say. Little star, you're awake. Have you rested well? Seeing that he had woken up, Xian smiled gently and touched his face with her lily-white hand. And I'm fine. Although her face was a little red, Yun Nuoshing was more or less thick-skinned, so she was not too embarrassed. Anyway, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice, so it was not a big deal. Slowly standing up, Yun Nuoshing stretched and let out a big yawn. She looked at the empty hall again, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. She had collected a bunch of ancient books from the mythological era. Although the harvest this time was not any rare materials, herbs, or weapons, it was enough to make archaeologists go crazy. Researching the history of the mythological era was the long-cherished wish and pursuit of countless people. Looking at the dozens of flames hovering in midair in the hall, Yun Nuoshing blinked her eyes, and a trace of purple fire rose from her palm. She reached out and waved at the colorful flames, and those flames stopped moving one after another. Then they slowly floated towards Yun Nuoshing and hovered around her body, flickering and emitting a low buzzing sound, as if they were submitting. Multicolored flames enveloped Yun Nuo planet, making it look like a god of fire. He looked at these flames with a bit of surprise. They had not disappeared even after dozens of epochs, so they must be extraordinary. However, in front of the purple night dark flame, they still had to yield, as expected of the divine flame. Yun Nuoshing shook her head helplessly and could only sigh. Once the divine flame appeared, all the flames in the world had to submit. How could ordinary flames compete with it? Although these flames were a little unusual, they were obviously not on the divine flame list, because the purple night flame did not resonate with them. Among the divine flames, there was more or less some resonance between them. Of course, Yun Nuoshing was a little disappointed. She thought that she could subdue dozens of divine flames in one go, but this thought was quickly dispelled. It was impossible to obtain dozens of divine flames in one go. Carefully, she kept the dozens of flames. Suddenly, the lilac flower vine on her chest grew a little more, spreading to both sides. At the same time, the waist-long purple hair quietly turned pale, but there was no obvious change. It seemed that these dozens of flames were not enough to make the divine body undergo a drastic change. The transformation of the divine body is too harsh. Seeing this small change, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She did not expect that these dozens of extraordinary flames would only make the divine body change a little. Could it be that she had to specifically subdue the divine flames in the future? This was really crazy. But the heaven-defying old man instructed me to collect the things on the list. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing wanted to vomit blood. It was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to obtain a single divine flame. Why did she have to keep collecting them? Just as she finished cultivating and opened her eyes, she saw Yun Nuoxing standing in the center of the hall. Yuanxi could not help but be stunned. He smiled and said, "Nuoxing, have you rested well?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the empty hall. After that, he walked towards the seat at the side of the hall and glanced at it. However, he didn't find anything special. After that, he followed the others and almost turned the hall upside down. After making sure that there was nothing special, he slowly left the hall. When she came to the giant tower, she almost ran through the entire tower, but still did not find anything valuable. She did not even let go of the dungeon. Finally, she walked out of the tower. Looking at the ruins of Rain Country, she sighed and took out the Nethervoid sword. Then she led the others and directly broke through the sea, rushing toward the Sea Monarch city. That roar came from the sea of Tana's water god temple again. This time, it was so loud that it could be heard even here. It is said that someone saw a black shadow in the center of the sea. It was him roaring at the sky, and the roar shattered the space within millions of miles. It is said that someone saw a huge tower that reached the clouds. Someone also felt the aura of a god. The area covered by the sea has expanded again. It has already exceeded 100 million miles. Every year, after the roar, the sea will expand a little. The seal is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, we will be able to directly step into that place. I see that all the great sect leaders are coming with their legendary divine tools. This time, there will definitely be a shocking fight. At least, it is a relic left behind from the Dark Age. I wonder what kind of shocking things are inside. The few of them had just rushed up from the bottom of the sea and landed at the harbor when they heard a burst of discussion. They could not help but be stunned. It seemed that this trip to Rain Country had been delayed for a while, and they did not encounter any exciting moments. Roar, TSK, we actually missed it. Yun Nuoxing smacked her lips. She did not expect that she would actually miss it after going to the bottom of the sea. Looks like Tana's water god temple is about to open. Those ancient clans must have sent people here. I wonder what level of people will appear. Yu Shao blinked at Mei Mao and sighed. The Yu clan will also go. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. That is natural. Tana's water god temple has been speculated to be at least a relic left behind from the Dark Age. Although there are no historical records, that era is still quite ancient. Many people will fight to the death to get a chance, and the Yu clan is no exception. Yu Shao nodded, but that is a relic left behind from the mythological era. Yun Nuoxing covered her face. I reckon that elder sister will also come. Yuanxi laughed dryly. This kind of major event would naturally not be left out of their Yuan clan. And according to Yuan Qian's personality, she probably would not be able to escape either. In the Golden Divine Temple, 8 people surrounded a crystal altar that was about 3 meters long. On top of it, a crystal ball the size of a wash basin was floating and emitting a faint light. Behind the 8 people, 9 young people of different colors were also stretching their necks, wanting to take a look. Little Star's location has been found. Suddenly, The beautiful woman in the light green robe shouted excitedly. She could not help but clap her hands. On the crystal ball, an image suddenly appeared. It showed a sea that swept across countless distances. Then, it suddenly stopped at a dock. It slowly enlarged a lot, showing the figures of Yun Nuo and the others. It lasted for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. Oh my God! They are going to see King City. Damn it, we're going to the Tana's Water Temple. Seeing the familiar pier, Jin Jinwang thought of the recent storm and slapped his face. His horrified voice made the 9 people behind him shrink their heads in fear. However, since this altar can locate his position, it proves that Nuo Xing should be related to that person. There's no doubt about it. Thunder God King nodded. This altar was used to communicate with the 9 ancestors. Even if it was blocked, the unique aura that existed in the altar could still locate him. Should we go and help? The little guy wants to get involved in this muddy water. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Not long ago, he had a big battle with the Qi family. Although he has changed his appearance and Ling Hongjian has blocked the Heaven's secret, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be found. Fire God King scratched his head and asked Jin Jinwang, "Let's go. We are going to Tana's Water God Temple anyway. We can also take these guys to gain experience. Speaking of which, your cultivation is so slow. It has been more than half a year. Why are you still at the 5th layer immortal realm? You want to die?" Jin Jinwang nodded. The last few words were naturally directed to Yao Hua and the others. The 9 heroes were miserable. They had crossed 2 realms in half a year. Although this speed was not the fastest in the world, it was not too bad. However, they were actually criticized for being slow. Really, they could not speak of their suffering. "Are all the God Kings going?" The beautiful woman nodded and asked, "Let's go together. No need to call old Yao. We don't know where he went." Lei Tian nodded. The people present were the most outstanding heroes of their generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crowned with the title of God King. However, after Light God King left his position, no one knew where he ran off to. Tana's Water God Temple. Although the outside world says that it is something left behind from the Dark Age, it is actually a ruin from the mythological era. We are not the only ones who know about this. At least the 8 great families know about it. It's just that no one said it out loud. Jin Jinwang scratched his head. If the Qi family recognized Yun Nuo, it would be a bit troublesome. Can we not go? That place is a bit, At this time, Yao Hua weakly raised his hand and spoke on behalf of the heroes. The 8 God Kings glanced at him, making Yao Hua shiver. The Gold God King knocked him on the head and scolded, "Look at you guys, Nuo Xing dared to enter the forbidden land of life. You guys haven't even seen the door yet, and you're already backing down? Let's go, it's time for us to move. There's still quite a distance between this place and that place. We should quickly find little Nuo Xing. If anything happens to him, the hall masters will go crazy." The woman wearing a metallic luster robe helplessly spread her hands and said, "Okay." The Gold God King and the others nodded solemnly. Then they disappeared from where they were with the 9 wailing heroes. Chapter 314. Over the past few days, the matter of the Tana's Water Temple had become a hot topic. It was clear that there were countless more people in the Sea King city. Every day, there were ships of all sizes moored at the harbor, and then a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes slowly walked down. Those with keen senses could sense that there were dozens of auras of gods in the city. This was really a sign of a coming storm. The seal on the Tana's Water Temple had not been completely lifted, but there were already so many people who had taken the lead to come. Moreover, this news was spread in the name of the Dark Age. If the real era was revealed, the Sea King city would probably be overcrowded now. Although the noise outside had been earth-shattering, Yun-Nuashing and the others were quite comfortable. They had been holed up in the fairy stone shop and did not go out. Naturally, they were not idle either. The pile of books really gave them a headache. Tens of thousands of book titles were translated by Yun-Nuashing and then engraved in the void. She asked them to help find which book had something to do with the Tana's water temple. Of course, there were hundreds of parchments without names, which seemed to have some very important information written on them. These could only be identified by Yun-Nuashing and Lanshiner personally. There were also some ancient maps and other things that were clipped in the books. These days, they were extremely busy. However, in such an urgent situation, they did manage to find something. They found the map of the Tana's water temple, which made everyone so excited that they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the map that looked like a maze, they suddenly wanted to tear the parchment up. Damn it, a maze? There are no places marked, just passages. There are many passages which extend in all directions. There are also several levels. This is such a big area. Is this the main hall? They looked around, although there was no place name. After a little bit of logical speculation, they roughly knew where to go, although there was no sign of the entrance. After solving the problem of the map, they relaxed. For the time being, they could not enter the Tana's water temple. Yun-Nuashing and the others wandered around leisurely. Occasionally, they would go to the auction house to shop. There was even a small space temporarily opened in a place where a group of strong people came and went. They were all exchanging things inside, which was equivalent to a market. The group found it very novel and walked around inside. There were pavilions made of jade and small palaces. Of course, there were also street stalls selling all kinds of rare treasures and spirit medicines. Compared to the time in Yuyan City, many of the things being sold here were related to fire. Clearly, they had thought of the elemental restraints on fire at first sight. Suddenly, Yun-Nuashing stopped in front of an old man. His eyes were wide open, and he almost cried out. His shocked look gave the few of them a fright. They hurriedly gathered together and covered their mouths at the same time. They were so shocked that they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. The old man was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with a broken straw mat under him. There were a few broken weapons and dark stones on it. There was also a map beside him with a small corner exposed. Yun-Nuashing and the others were not unfamiliar with that layout and those lines. Although only a small corner was exposed, they could see very clearly that it was the map of the Tana's water temple. Seabed rock, magic weapon. Don't miss it. Cheap. Fresh product. The old man sold to the passers-by. When he saw Yun-Nuashing and the others stop here, he shouted even harder. "Sir, how much is the stone?" Yun-Nuashing squatted down and pretended to look at the goods, but in fact, she looked at the corner of the map carefully. She was sure that it was the map of the Tana's water temple, and there were even some names on it. She could not remain calm. 50 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystal for a piece. The price is fair and honest. The old man replied, his old face smiling like a blooming morning glory. His clothes were tattered, and he was simply asking for an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Yun-Nuashing opened her evil spirit eye and glanced at the stone. Then she looked at the broken weapons side and said, "This stone was dug out from the seabed, right? This magic weapon has long been rotten. Young man, you have good eyes. It must have been put away for a few days." The old man nodded and then whispered, "To tell you the truth, I have a real treasure here. I just don't know if you can afford it." "What treasure?" "I'll buy it." Yun-Nuashing's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the map of the Tana's water temple. "Don't tell anyone." The old man nodded and took the map. Then, He pulled out a piece and handed it over. Yun Nuoxing could not wait to unfold it. After taking a look, she was dumbfounded. The few of them also looked like they were struck by lightning. The corner of the map was indeed the same as the map in their hands. However, after it was fully unfolded, the other places suddenly took a 180-degree turn and shrunk by a few hundred times. It was like a few dots, and there were even names on it. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. She could not help but ask, "What kind of map is this?" Shu, the old man, put a dry finger on his lips, and then said mysteriously, "This is the map of the Tana's water temple. I dug it out from the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Look, Reincarnation Lake, Spiritual Beast Pool, Demon Water Cave, Apotheosis Altar." The old man pointed at a few names and smiled faintly, making the few of them want to beat him up. "This only the names. There's no map," Yun Nuoxing could not help but say, her face twitching a few times. "There is." The old man pointed his finger and turned to the exposed area. He said, "Isn't this the map? This is the entrance to the Tana's water temple. Look, there's a cross here indicating that you definitely can't go in. It's dangerous. Also, this is the main hall. The divine treasury is inside." The old man pointed at that dark spot, his wrinkles trembling as he laughed. "How much is this map?" Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and winked. 500 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals. The old man raised a finger and said with a smile, "Why don't you go and King rob me?" Yun Nuoxing ground her teeth. She really wanted to explain to him what it meant to respect the elders. This King lousy map that was not clearly drawn actually cost 500 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals. Why didn't he just go to hell? "Young man, I'm still selling it at a lower price. Otherwise, the original price would be 10,000 kilograms. You must look for the right time." The old man shook his head nervously and said without blushing, 100 kilograms. "I'll take it." Yun Nuoxing held her breath and said, "How about this? I'll sell it to you for 500 kilograms. The old man shook his head and said, "This lousy map is worth 200 at most. Young man, you don't understand. This is the map of the immortal treasure. It's worth at least 400. This is the map of the immortal treasure. 300. Young man, you must be honest. 350 is the best price." The two of them argued back and forth. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They even pulled Yun Nuoxing. In the end, the latter couldn't stand it anymore. She directly threw down 350 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals and then put it away. "Come visit us often in the future." The old man behind them was smiling like a blooming flower. It made people want to leave a shoe print on him. "Just take it that we've been cheated," Yun Nuoxing said to them with a wry smile. After a few steps, she turned around and saw a group of people rushing to the old man. Then the large map was sold out in an instant. It's actually mass-produced. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't want his map. They just wanted his name. After getting the map, they went back to the Celestial Stones shop. With the help of Yun Nuoxing's evil spirit eye, they enlarged the sesame-sized map by 1,000 times. Then, they compared it with the original map and wrote their names on it. Night fell. A scarlet moon slowly climbed to the top of the sky, illuminating the entire ocean like a sea of blood. It was very terrifying. Roar. Under the moonlight, a roar shook the heavens and the earth. The roar turned into a sound wave that spread out for tens of millions of miles. The surrounding space collapsed like shattered glass. It was filled with cracks and then shattered. Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent light lit up at the bottom of the sea where the whistling sound came from. It illuminated the surface of the sea until it was like a moon was being reflected. A dull sound similar to the beating of a heart rang out, reverberating through the waters. Bang! Another low sound rang out, shaking the surface of the water and spreading out thousands of miles away. This sound was louder than the previous one, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Bang! Bang! As the sound of the beating became stronger and faster, the water on the rippling surface of the sea surged violently, as if a huge monster was about to rush out from the bottom of the water. Roar! A demonic shadow emerged on the bright surface of the water. It had 2 goat-like horns and a big mouth. It roared at the scarlet moon, shattering the surrounding space. The roar spread out, and even the Sea King city, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, could hear this terrifying sound. Many people trembled, and those who were not strong enough directly knelt down. Crash! Not long after the roar, the sound of waves suddenly reverberated between the heavens and the earth. A dazzling light, like a sun, shone from countless miles away in the north, rendering the entire night sky as if it was daytime. Even the stars in the sky were about to be hidden. In the celestial stone square, Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened his eyes. His evil spirit eye pierced through the void and directly looked at the slowly rising sun in the north. On the surface of the water, a dilapidated shrine broke through the surface of the water and slowly rose from the bottom of the water. The bright golden light illuminated the place, and water gushed out from the dilapidated shrine. Roar! A demonic shadow wrapped around the rising shrine and roared at the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The stronger the person, the clearer the sound they heard. Closing his evil spirit, Yun Nuoshing rushed into the hall of the attic. Xian, Yushao, and Yuanxi were all sitting there. There were also some experts of the Yu family. At this time, when they saw him rush in, they all turned their eyes. The Tana's water god temple has floated up. It's almost time for us to act, Yun Nuoshing said in a deep voice. And they were not the only ones who reacted. Everyone in the Sea King city stood up directly. The sound of discussion was so loud that it seemed to turn the city upside down. There was no longer the tranquility of the night. In 3 days, there has been this sound from the Tana's water god temple for the 5th time. Each roar is louder than the last. Is it about to come out? There's not much time left. I think the Tana's water god temple has broken out of the seal. Let's take advantage of the moonlight and go. After hearing the roar, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Some of the impatient ones even decided to set off with the moonlight. At this time, in the Sea King city, countless powerhouses ran to the docks, boarded jade boats, and sped towards the north. Let's go now. No matter what, let's go there and see the situation first. In the bustling Sea King city, Yun Nuoshing and the others also heard a lot of voices and said in a deep voice, the speed at which the Tana's water god temple emerged was much faster than he thought. Presumably, all the experts had begun to rush there. They also had to get there quickly. The origin of water might be there. No matter what, they had to be one step ahead. Everyone was stunned. Without saying much, they all jumped out of the hall. Then, as Yun Nuoshing rushed out of the attic, everyone jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The boat made of dragon shin, silver suddenly enlarged to a full 100 feet. The latter drove the light element and injected it into the boat. Carrying everyone, it turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the north. This was a world of plains. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell in their line of sight. A tower, or perhaps a giant pillar, towered into the clouds. It was hundreds of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters thick. It stood in the middle of a lake like a giant pillar that held up the heavens. A solemn and primordial aura emanated from it, causing people to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. It was as if the space would be shattered into pieces if the pillar trembled slightly. On the side of the pillar, there was a golden figure, pulling one's line of sight closer. One could see that it was a man in a golden robe. His skin was golden and white, and his long golden hair flowed down to his waist. His face was so handsome that even women would be jealous. His whole body exuded an ethereal aura like that of a banished immortal, as if he was a creation of the heavens. If one looked closely at this scene, they would find it a bit strange. There were chains as thick as an arm tied around the giant pillar. The golden man was tugging at the chains with his hands, making clanking sounds. "Long time no see," the man whispered softly, as if he had seen an old friend. He was suspended thousands of feet above the lake, standing in the void at the edge of the black tower. In front of him were dozens of entangled and spiraling chains. The dense black holes seemed to be hiding something. The corners of the golden man's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly pried open the chains with both hands, separating them layer by layer. Then he suddenly smiled and cast his gaze into the middle of the separated chains. There was actually a person inside. If someone were to stand here and see this scene, they would definitely be so scared that their tongue would stick out. This was because the person hidden under the chains looked exactly like the golden man. The only difference was that one was golden, and the other was sky blue. They were like twins. The golden man chuckled. His crystal-clear hand gently touched the face of the man, with closed eyes in front of him. His ethereal voice was like the sound of nature, causing the surrounding space to ripple. "You are still asleep, and I have already woken up. Our friend is here. The king is about to awaken. God descends to the world, commanding the world. Go and play with him, with unparalleled glory." Kacha! Chapter 3:15. Countless ships formed a huge fleet that spanned thousands of feet across the ocean. It was easy to imagine how many people were mobilized this time. There was no lack of major forces or god-level powerhouses among them. It was a vast and majestic fleet, all of them riding on the scarlet moonlight. It was a sight to behold. We are riding on the moonlight on the boundless ocean. The scarlet moonlight is flowing in the sky and under the water. Yun Nuoshing kept humming along the way. She seemed very excited. She sat at the bow of the ship with Xian and looked at the empty sea area. She was in a good mood. Yuanshi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at the endless army behind him. He could not help but swallow his saliva and said, "Nuoshing, is it really okay for us to walk so fast? We are charging at the front like a target." When Yu Shao and the others heard this, they promptly nodded and added a few words in agreement. At this moment, there wasn't a single ship around them because they were at the forefront. The light element propelled the small silver boats, so no one could catch up to them. Moreover, the closer they got to the northern life forbidden zone, the more they felt a force descending from the sky, making them unable to fly at all. I don't know how many people are after Tana's water god temple. There are countless dangers in the forbidden zone. This time, there will be many undying forces coming along. It's better to let them be the ones to take the lead," said a young girl from the Yu clan indifferently. Even though she looked like a young girl, one could see the vicissitudes of life in her eyes. She must have lived for a very long time. They were strong cultivators of the Yu clan. Because they wanted to protect Yu Shao, they followed her on the boat. That seems to be the case. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he nodded. However, when he looked at the ship, he shook his head and said, "But I feel that if we mix in with them, the chances of us being beaten into a sieve are higher." Everyone was stunned. They looked at the disembarking ship and felt a little helpless. Although the dragon Xian silver would not be snatched away, those who could take out a level 11 material were not ordinary forces. They would be very conspicuous in the crowd. Perhaps they would be secretly eliminated. After all, one less team meant one less competitor. Zhang Xian smiled. Well, I'll think about it when we reach the Forbidden Sea. At worst, I'll just hide the ship. Yin Nuoxing said, helplessly. Speaking of which, he was a little too anxious because he thought that the competition was too strong. He wanted to be the first to rush to the Tana's water god temple, so that he could be the first to collect the origin of water to avoid any accidents. Yun Nuoxing and the others had seen many powerful fellows when they used the light element to shake off the ships earlier. They all had the same goal, but they did not take it to heart. Although there were many experts here, they were not at the rebirth realm. Therefore, they had some confidence. After all, the Nether Void Sword and Violet Night Flame were not to be trifled with. I wonder if the Qi family, the other families, and the Temple of Elements have arrived. Yin Nuoxing looked into the distance, and this thought flashed through his mind. Then he sighed and said, let's speed up. For experts like the gods, a journey of 100 million miles would only take a few hours. However, for the light element, it was a little faster. Although it could be said that it would only take 2 to 3 minutes to reach the Forbidden Sea, it was a pity that Yun Nuoxing could not maintain this speed. He might faint after reaching the limit of a few seconds. He could only maintain 1/100th or even 1,000th of the speed of light. This speed could be achieved by the gods with their own strength. At this speed, they approached the Forbidden Sea in less than an hour. When they really arrived, everyone was stunned for a moment. The sea behind them was still dark blue, but in front of them was a light blue. When they looked down, the color did not deepen. It was as if they were in a shallow water area. On the surface of the sea, there was a clear dividing line that separated the two different seas. Boom! When the ship entered the other part of the sea, the whole ship suddenly shook violently as if it had hit a reef. A great pressure came out of nowhere. The originally calm sea suddenly boiled, as if a tsunami was about to overturn the ship. The ship's speed suddenly slowed down. Suppress. Several experts of the Yu family stamped their feet. Yin Nuoxing also took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and knocked it on the ship. Silver and purple light bloomed, and together they resisted the sudden force. This sea is strange. Yun Nuoxing looked at the ship that suddenly slowed down. He walked to the side of the ship and looked at the gelatinous sea water. His eyebrows twitched. The air is so thick. Xian sniffed and wrinkled her eyebrows. It's so uncomfortable. My chest is stuffy. It's a little difficult to breathe. Ming sniffed and touched his forehead. He felt a little dizzy. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He took a deep breath and realized that the air here seemed to have turned into gelatinous. It was also like being filled with lead. When he breathed in, it was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Over time, he would suffocate to death. Linghong sword, spatial isolation. With a light cough, Yin Nuoxing took out the Linghong sword. With a bright flash of silver light, he inserted it into the ship and created a spatial boundary. It separated the ship from the outside space. It formed a space of its own, but it was still connected to the outside world. When the boundary was formed, the heavy feeling disappeared. Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, the speed of the ship had completely slowed down. After all, this sea was a little strange. There was no way to speed up even if they wanted to. Is this the Linghong sword? The few girls from the Yu family looked over. Mei Mao's eyes glowed. They naturally knew about the birth of the Linghong sword. Before they left, Yuan, she also told them about Yun Nuoxing. After all, they were going to travel together. There was no difference if they knew about it earlier or later. Heroes indeed come from the young. This old monk is already old. Is it time for me to retire? A young girl glanced at Yun Nuoshing and stretched her waist. Her beautiful figure revealed a few seductive curves, and her lazy voice sounded a little strange. Young man, are you interested in marrying into the Yu family? There are still many fairies in the family who haven't found a partner yet. However, what made Yun Nuoshing vomit blood was that he actually heard this sentence again. It made him directly roll his eyes. Why do I look so fat now? When this sentence came out, Xian blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoshing. However, she only sighed and smiled helplessly. The first time she heard it, she was unhappy. The second time she heard it, she could only smile, so she didn't say anything. Elder, she already has a partner. Don't talk about it. Yu Xiao gently pulled the girl's dress and smiled apologetically at Xian. Then she said softly, "What a pity." Hearing this, the girl shook her head regretfully and said, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ziyan wrinkling her nose and her beautiful face remaining calm without any ripples. He rubbed her head and said softly, "Are you jealous?" "Nope." Ziyan stared blankly and shook her head. She smiled and said, "Little Star didn't promise me anything. Why would I be jealous?" "If you aren't jealous, then what are you?" Hearing her say this, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Of course not." Xian snorted and turned her head away with a faint smile. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked at the large fleet of ships that suddenly appeared on the horizon. She couldn't help but frown. Looking at the vast expanse ahead, she muttered, "The people behind us are catching up, but we can't pull away anymore." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned their heads. Seeing the fleet that appeared, they also frowned. They shouldn't be the only ones in a quagmire. But before that, if they couldn't pull away, they would enter the enemy's attack range. This wasn't a good thing for them. How about activating the light element? A young girl suggested and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said, "I've already tried. If I want to increase my speed, I'm afraid I'll have to activate the light element to the extreme. I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, this water can't even be controlled by the water element. Moreover, the more energy you inject, the more energy will be sucked away." Elder Yuqing sighed and said, "Brother, the boat is sinking." Ming pulled Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and pointed to the front. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They hurriedly walked to the side of the boat and saw that the boat was indeed showing signs of sinking. "Shit." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stretched out her hand, and a dense purple flame appeared on her palm. Following the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature also quietly rose. Ranked 90th on the Divine Flame list, Purple Night Dark Flame, Elder Yuqing recognized it with a single glance. Her indifferent voice made Yun Nuoshing blush with shame. When Yuan, Shi, and Xian heard this, they also opened their mouths in shock. After all, they didn't hear about the origin of this flame, and they also didn't ask about it. They didn't expect this flame to have such a great origin. Seeing everyone's glowing eyes and little Ming's I already knew expression, Yun Nuoshing smiled in embarrassment and nodded. With a thought, the purple flame left her hand and rose sharply against the wind. Then it enveloped the bottom of the boat below the waterline. As soon as the purple night dark flame came in contact with this strange seawater, it let out a sizzling sound. A faint white steam rose and emitted a foul smell, causing everyone to wrinkle their brows. "It smells like burnt protein." Yun Nuoshing pinched her nose and rolled her eyes. This foul smell almost made her vomit out the food she ate at noon. However, although they couldn't stand this disgusting smell, the speed of the boat was indeed a lot faster. They couldn't say anything and just pinched their noses to endure the disgusting smell. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly urged the light element. The boat immediately turned into a gold and silver light and flew away. Ah, Little Star ran away. Far behind, on a huge dragon ship, a beautiful woman in green saw Long Xianing suddenly turn into a beam of light and fly away. She couldn't help but yell. How did this kid get involved with the Yu family? Jin Jinwang held his chin and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's speed up. The people around here aren't easy to deal with. We have to think of a way to get rid of this group of people, so as to avoid a fight when we get close to the shrine. Lei Tian spread his hands. After saying that, a dense lightning energy poured into the boat from the bottom of his feet. However, it wasn't in a hurry to erupt. It was only accumulating at the bottom of the boat. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that there was something wrong with that sea area. Otherwise, Yun Nuoshing wouldn't have stopped. The woman whose dress flickered with a metallic luster looked at Yun Nuoshing from afar and nodded. So that's Little Star? He looks pretty good. Does he have a partner? Come on, didn't you see that girl beside this kid the other day? She's probably his partner. Huizhu rolled her eyes. I was just thinking about it. It's about time for the girls of our shrine to find a partner. What should we do if we always stay in the shrine and don't go out? The woman sighed and held her chin in a sad manner. Yao Hua and the others were standing at the back. Hearing the God Kings talking about Little Star and partner, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did this guy become like this after not seeing him for a year? Chapter 3:16. Boom. Unsurprisingly, when almost all the ships plunged into that sea area, the sea water suddenly turned into a tsunami. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. The ships sank into a swamp-like place and couldn't move an inch. Many people's faces turned red as they forcefully hammered their chests. Their lungs felt like they were filled with lead sheets. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. As for the boats at the back that couldn't stop, they all crashed into the boats at the front that were almost stopped. The sound of collision was endless. The boat that was already shaking was knocked over, and people kept falling into the sea. Ah, the sea water was like glue, but it directly submerged a person. As soon as the screams were heard, there was no sound. Only a wisp of green smoke floated on the surface of the water. It made people who saw it feel a chill in their heart. That was a primary god expert. And he was gone just like that. No, stop. Stop. And after seeing that person die a violent death, everyone's complexion changed greatly. The people who hadn't entered that water area quickly controlled the ships, wanting to make them stop abruptly. The extreme speed suddenly dropped, splashing a huge wave on the surface of the water and hitting the people in front. Suddenly, the swaying ships were overturned. Suddenly, many people fell into the water. Mournful screams were heard again. When the people on the side saw this situation, they quickly controlled their ships to withdraw from this strange sea area, but they were knocked deeper into the sea by the ships that rushed up from behind. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, oppressing the ships that intruded. Creak. The pressure from the air increased sharply. Although the ships here weren't made of simple materials, but without exception, they couldn't bear the heavy load. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of the ships, as if there were millions of tons of weight on the ships. Even if they were made of good jade, they couldn't hold on for long and fell apart. The people and the ships fell into the water together, not even splashing a wave. Hiss! When the people in the distance saw this, they were so scared that they quickly turned their ships around. They suddenly didn't want to go in. Even a god-level person was drowned in the water. What could they do if they went in? But the surrounding ships were too dense. As soon as they slowed down and turned around, another ship hit them from the side and overturned them in the sea. On the sea, hundreds and thousands of ships suddenly collided with each other. Many people fell into the water from the ships that were knocked over. Before they reached the sea area, they quickly rose into the air, wanting to fly back in the direction they came from. However, just as they rose, they didn't fly more than 5 meters before they fell back into the water. This place was suppressed, and they couldn't even fly. What's going on? I haven't entered that water area, and I'm already suppressed. Damn it, I can't fly here. The person who had fallen into the water tried to fly and cursed. He could not fly here, so the only option was to swim back. However, the closest land to here was the Sea King City, which was tens of millions of miles away. How long would it take to swim back? However, before anyone could swim back, a speeding ship hit the people in the water and knocked them into another water area. Mournful screams filled the silent sea, sending chills down everyone's spine. On the messy sea surface, countless ships collided with each other like a huge connected plate. Countless wreckage floated on the water surface. The only difference between the two seas was that on one side there were people floating, while on the other side there was only faint green smoke drifting. TSK, this place isn't simple. Jin Wang shook his head. His golden eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. A golden energy shot out from his body, forming a layer of barrier that enveloped the entire ship. At the same time, Thunder God King and the others who had been accumulating power for a long time quickly exploded the energy stored at the bottom of the ship. The ship turned into a light arrow, breaking through the wreckage of the ship, and crashed into the second sea area. Boom! The huge pressure formed by the air enveloped them all of a sudden, but they were blocked by several layers of barriers. Although they were blocked, with two elements known for their speed wasn't much slower. They caught up with Yun Nuoshing and the others at a speed faster than them. And when the Gold God King and the others moved, there were more than 10 ships at the side. They broke through the layers of obstacles and rushed in with them. Clearly, these people were already prepared. They had expected that just entering the sea would be very difficult. They all had corresponding methods. Some directly transformed into a golden path underwater. The speed of the ship was not affected at all. There were also others who transformed into ships made of fire, drifting away with a foul stench. While this place was extremely chaotic, Yun Nuoshing and the others had already traveled a long distance. Seeing that there was no one behind them, Yun Nuoshing nodded and slowed down a little. Then, he slowly drifted forward. Along the way, he took out the treasure map and looked at it. After confirming that the direction of the red dot was correct, he nodded. When the others saw him like this, their tense hearts slowly relaxed a little. However, they didn't relax too much. In such a dangerous place, it was impossible to be completely unprepared. They guessed that there would be earth-shattering things behind them. Placing the netherworld ruins soared horizontally on his lap, Yun Nuoshing simply used cultivation to pass the time. He didn't know how far ahead there was, so he had to adjust his state to perfection. Otherwise, when he entered the Tana's water god temple, how could he compete with others? Yo, little star! Just less than 10 minutes after Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes, a cheerful laughter directly pulled his mind back. Hearing this familiar laughter, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xian and Yuan, she were also stunned when they heard this intimate address. Everyone turned their heads together, wanting to see who they had bumped into. Uffed! As soon as Yun Nuoshing turned his head, he saw a dragon boat about the same size as their boat. There were more than 10 people on the boat, looking at him calmly. Mu Ling and the others waved at him cheerfully. When he saw the doting eyes of the beautiful woman and the teasing eyes of Jin Wang and the others, his handsome face suddenly flushed red. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Little Star, Xian blinked at Mei Mao. Just as he turned his head and wanted to ask who they were, he saw Yun Nuoxing's red face and was stunned. Ah! Yun Nuo Star let out a miserable shriek, giving everyone a fright. The resplendent light elements uncontrollably gushed out, transforming the entire ship into a star, and then, whoosh! I'm not a pervert. Almost in the blink of an eye, Long Xianin turned into a golden light as he flew away at an unimaginable speed with a miserable shriek, leaving those of 9 immortal palaces in the air behind him. Closely after that, Long Xianin disappeared in the skyline. Everyone's expressions stiffened. Mu Ling touched her face in confusion and said in astonishment, "Did I say something wrong?" "Damn, Sister Ling, can you not say that damn line of boss?" Lei Ming heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, after thinking for a while, they understood what was going on. In the past, Yun Nuoxing met them as a girl. Now that she suddenly appeared as a boy, how was she going to meet them? This child is so silly and cute. When the beautiful woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile. Then, she urged Lei Tian to catch up with her. "Sister, she has the purest light element. Even though my lightning element is very fast and has a lot of energy, I can't catch up with her, even with the help of Yaohua's light element." Lei Tian smiled bitterly. Wasn't it a joke to ask him to catch up with her? He had just tried his best to catch up with her. How could he catch up with her now? However, the few of them still mustered all their strength and turned into shadows to chase after him. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's embarrassed and angry face, Xian couldn't help but poke her face and ask, "Little Star, who are they?" Yun Nuoxing trembled and rolled her eyes at her. She didn't say anything. The curious people were puzzled. Lan Xiner's gossipy heart was aroused. She quickly elbowed her brother and asked him to tell her the truth. "Elder sister, it's actually like this." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything, Ming Ming suddenly laughed and rattled off a bunch of things. Her speed was so fast that even Yun Nuoxing didn't have time to react. When he hurriedly covered her little mouth, she had already said 70 to 80%, "Little Star, you're so cute." After hearing this, Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Yuan-Shi also couldn't help but laugh. The people on the boat couldn't stop laughing. Yun Nuoxing wanted to find a hole to hide in. 2 more things happen in life. Just treat it as 100 different experiences. You don't have to be like this. Who doesn't have an embarrassing past? Xian hugged him gently. Although she was comforting him, she couldn't stop laughing. "I didn't expect you to be related to the people of the 9 Elements Temple," Elder Yuqing said slowly after laughing for a while. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he nodded his head gloomily and sighed heavily with pity. What made Gold God King and the other surprised was that they did not chase for long. On the Long Xian silver ship, Yun Nuoxing was still sitting there. The others on the ship were holding their stomachs and gasping for breath. When they saw them coming, they even chuckled twice. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like they were laughing until their stomachs hurt. This made the group of people a little confused. "Come over here." Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh as he scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. After that, he steered the boat towards Long Xianin. Long Xianin was not that small. It would not be a big deal, even if there were over 10 more people. When Jin Wang and the others heard this, they smiled and walked up to Yun Nuoxing without hesitation. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the materials used in Yun Nuoxing's boat. They exclaimed in admiration and put away the original boat. "Little Star, how have you been in the past year?" The beautiful woman walked up to Yun Nuoshing, patted his head, and smiled dotingly. Yun Nuoshing pouted his lips and nodded gloomily. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw his aggrieved look. When the two sides met, they naturally exchanged greetings. The Nine Gods Palace and the Yu family also had some friendship, so they naturally gathered together and chatted. However, everyone was very tactful and did not poke at Yun Nuoshing's sore spot. Even Yao Hua carefully slipped behind the elders and hid. Mu Ling and the others naturally gathered around Yun Nuoshing and the others. The juniors sat together, and the elders sat together. "How should I address you, little sister?" Mu Ling stretched out her slender hand to Xian gracefully and asked with a smile. Xian winked at Mei Mao and glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who had been a little depressed. She smiled sweetly, adjusted the hat on her head, stretched out her smooth jade-like hands, and shook Xian's hand. She said, "Xian Xian. Everyone can just call me Xian." Yun Nuoshing sighed and put away his negative emotions. Then he introduced everyone one by one. However, the lively Lan Xian directly clung to him and introduced herself with a smile. Everyone was a little surprised by how she addressed Yun Nuoshing, but she didn't reveal her identity. "Yo, boy, how about we have a spar?" When Yun Nuoshing saw Yao Hua, he sneered. The anger in his heart was burning. At this moment, he naturally wanted to grab something to vent his anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The two divine weapons in his hands were thirsty, and this laughter directly made Yao Hua shudder. He laughed awkwardly and carefully glanced at the two glowing weapons. His whole body trembled. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, I'll be dead with one slash from Ling Hongjian. Xing Xing, let's forget about it now. We're in the same boat. It's not good to fall out with each other. At this moment, Mu Ling came up to rescue him. Yao Hua immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next sentence made his face turn pale. "When we reach the Tana's Water God Temple, you can beat Boss up again. We can help you hold him down." Mu Ling nodded seriously. The other 7 people also nodded in agreement. "You guys..." Yao Hua was speechless, but he couldn't get angry. Yun Nuoshing was still glaring at him. "Okay, later you guys help me hold him down on the ground. I'll beat him up a few times to vent my anger." Yun Nuoshing nodded and sneered. The corners of Yao Hua's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, his brothers would directly betray him. Beat him up fiercely. You don't have to give me face." Jin Jinwang laughed heartily and shouted with his old friends. Yao Hua's face turned ashen. He felt that he couldn't go back on this trip. "By the way, you guys are all cultivating so fast. You're already in the 5th tier of the immortal realm. Are you guys suffering from chi deviation?" Yun Nuoshing laughed for a while. He looked around at everyone and couldn't help but say, "Sai, what's this?" "The inheritance of the divine palace. When you cultivate, it's like suffering in hell. Compared to us, you're scaring us to death. The spiritual godly body lives up to its name. You're cultivating so fast." Lei Ming waved his hand, helplessly. Yun Nuoshing didn't deliberately hide his strength. Naturally, they could see that he was in the 3rd tier of the immortal realm. They remembered that when they first separated, Yun Nuoshing hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. Everyone chattered for a long time, and then cried about all kinds of pain during cultivation. Yun Nuoshing listened to them and had goosebumps. Was this cultivation? This was inhumane torture. When they heard that Yuan Shi was a godly spirit body, they all gasped. They knew that the spiritual godly body was very mysterious, but they didn't know much about it. However, they knew about the godly spirit body. Generally, People with this body could reach the rebirth realm at worst. Where are the rest of the Yuan family? Lei Ming asked casually. He was a little confused. Why was the young master here, but the others weren't? It was a little strange. I don't know about them. I'm just traveling with Nuoshing. Yuanshi shook his head. His words made the 9 heroes choke. Traveling. The 9 heroes swallowed their saliva with difficulty and laughed dryly. How courageous! It was such a long journey, but there was actually someone who was willing to go with them, seeing their dead fish eyes popping out. Yuanshi spread his hands. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was otherworldly and elegant. They felt that he was very powerful. Just his perseverance alone was worthy of praise. I don't think the Yuan family will come. Otherwise, they would have come long ago. Yuanshi sighed. He hadn't seen them for so long. They probably wouldn't come. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, a charming laughter would slap him like a slap to the face. Little, boy, child. Chapter 3:17. As soon as this delicate voice resounded through the ship, everyone saw a shadow looming over them. Then a beautiful figure in white descended from the sky. Her snow-white robe fluttered in the air as if she was a fairy descending from the heavens. Her beautiful face was filled with unconcealable joy. With a smile that was comparable to 100 flowers blooming, Yuan Qian landed lightly on Yun Nuoshing's body and pushed him to the ground. Little boy, I missed you so much. After reuniting after more than half a year, Yuan Qian seemed to have found a treasure. Her beautiful face rubbed against his chest vigorously, causing everyone to be a little stunned. Who was this girl? Damn, she's not giving me any face at all. Yuanshi touched his face subconsciously and laughed bitterly. This slap to the face was really painful. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Yun Nuoshing laughed awkwardly. He helplessly patted the head of the girl in his arms and said, Qian, stop fooling around. There are so many people here. After saying that, he laughed bitterly. Before leaving, he had said coolly that he would see her in the little divine land. Why did they meet again when they had not even reached the little divine land? Couldn't he show off properly? As he spoke, more than 10 figures jumped down, and the huge ship next to them was also put away. Yun Nuoshing took a closer look and felt a little embarrassed. Needless to say, Yuan Shi and the others were all familiar faces. Other than Yuan Shi's 6th uncle, Yuan Shao, there was another man who he had never seen before. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked valiant and heroic. His awe-inspiring appearance made people unable to help but take a few more glances. 4th uncle. Yuan Shi was a little speechless when he saw the people who had come. He did not expect his 4th uncle to be here. He did not usually see him go out. Qian, get up quickly. Seeing that everyone from the Yuan family was here, Yun Nuoshing's handsome face flushed red. When he saw Yuan Qian, who was still lying in his arms with a blissful look on her face, he realized that things were bad and hurriedly called out. No. Yuan Qian happily refused at this moment. Yuan Shao and the others saw Yuan Qian's expression and couldn't help but shake their heads. They had never seen her so happy before. It was as if she had lost her soul, and they were worried that she might have depression. They didn't expect that she would be fine as soon as she saw Yun Nuoshing. This is really gathering together. Yun Nuoshing looked at the dozens of people on the ship, and the corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. She laughed bitterly. When did she know so many people? In the end, Yun Nuoshing had a headache and started to introduce everyone. At the end of the introduction, everyone laughed bitterly. It was really because he had connected everyone together. They really didn't know what to say. On the side, the older generation individuals exchanged greetings. After living for so long, they had more or less met each other a few times. Today, they treated it as a reunion. Who didn't know the Yuan family of the Divine Land? Who didn't know about the Nine Elements Temple? The fairies of the Yu family were famous all over the world. When these three groups gathered together, they could be called a strong alliance. However, there were too many people. It didn't feel like they were going to a dangerous place like the Tana's water god temple. The lively atmosphere was more like a vacation. We were pulled out by the divine king and the others to gain experience. Yao Hua and the other side, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We came because our sister insisted on coming. Yuan Qi and the others laughed bitterly and sighed. Then, more than a dozen people who were in the same boat started to howl. Yun Nuoxing looked left and right and found that the two groups were chatting with each other. Even Xian was pulled aside by Yuan Qian and whispered to her. She kept looking at him, which made him sigh and mutter that he'd better sleep. When Lan Xiner heard this, she knelt down directly, patted her soft and white thighs, and smiled at him. Her meaning was self-evident. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't hesitate to sleep on her thighs and secretly praised her. Behind this huge Longshan silver, there were dozens of jade ships of the same size. They shone brightly in the night, and their surfaces were flowing with energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary ships. What made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised was that almost 90% of the people had just entered. The forbidden zone of life was indeed worthy of its name. The scarlet moon slowly set in the distant western sky, and a ray of dawn slowly rose from the east. It fell on the light blue sea and shone on the somewhat serious faces of the people. They looked into the distance and saw a ray of icy blue light rising from the horizon. Everyone took a deep breath. After a night of rushing, they were very close to the Tana's water god temple. At this time, they could faintly see its shape. Yun Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye and looked across the distance. He looked at the dilapidated but mighty temple from afar, and his slender eyebrows frowned slightly. The ice-blue godly palace was hundreds of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide. A small part of it was still submerged in the sea. The blue light shone along with the light of dawn. The nearby seawater was a strange, deathly black color. Wisps of faint, deathly qi rose up and floated around the godly palace. What a strong death qi, and an extremely strong sense of resentment and evil spirit. Of course, Yun Nuoxing was not the only one who could see the temple from afar. The beautiful woman and the others also looked at the temple from afar and frowned. I feel danger. This trip may not be as peaceful as it seems on the surface, the beautiful woman said with a sigh. The beautiful woman sighed and said she felt a little uneasy. Those who majored in the wood element valued balance very much. Naturally, she could see through the shrine. The balance had already been torn apart by an extremely brutal power. We are not the only ones who feel this way. I don't know what they are thinking. Jin Wang spread his hands and looked at the other warships in the same position as them with a strange gaze. Looking at the fourth warship in the distance, Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed, and he muttered, "The people from the Sacred Weapon Temple." The Sacred Weapon Temple was the second force other than the Qi family that wanted to take him in. They wanted to use the spiritual, godly body to complete a sacred weapon. However, they did not seem to know that Ling Hongjian was with him. They only came for the spiritual, godly body. However, this made him very angry. He was very unhappy to be used as a tool for refining. The Qi family is here too. Yuan Shao sighed and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He said in a deep voice, "Although you have changed your appearance, once you make a move, you will be noticed. The spiritual godly body's aura is too unique. It also contains the power of the stars. You are the only one in the world who has this aura. You have fought with the elders of the Qi family. Once you release your aura, you will definitely be seen through. Then I will not make a move. Yin Nuoshing spread his hands helplessly and said. The 9 heroes looked at him with a strange gaze. They knew that Yun Nuoshing had fought with the Qi family, but they did not know that he had fought with someone of the god realm. After traveling for more than 10 minutes, they could finally see the temple clearly. A thick black aura floated around the temple. This time, everyone could clearly feel uneasy. The beautiful woman even felt as if her mind was being burned. It doesn't seem like it. There is a faint aura. Lei Tian opened his eyes wide. His eyes that contained lightning looked at the black aura. After a long time, he retracted his shocked gaze. Everyone was a little confused. They did not know what he had sensed. When they were close to 1,000 meters, an ancient and desolate aura suddenly filled the heaven and earth. Under that terrifying aura, everything was silent. Even the morning sun seemed dim. Jin Wang and the others felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. That was an aura that was above the world. Between heaven and earth, countless gazes gathered on the half-collapsed temple gate. In the end, these gazes were fixed on a few ancient words above the stone gate. However, no one could recognize them. Only Lan Xian, and Yun Nuoshing could not help but read them together. Tana's water god temple, the once glorious rain country, finally collapsed in the long river of time. Even the Tana's water god temple, which was regarded as a holy place by countless water elemental cultivators, could not escape this disaster. Lan Xian stood at the bow of the ship, side by side with Yun Nuoshing. Looking at the collapsed temple, she could not help but sigh. However, she said it in a low voice in the language of the gods. Only the two of them could hear it. Even the gods could not escape from that eternal period of time. How can anything be immortal? Yun Nuoshing also sighed and said in a low voice in the language of the gods. Boom! Suddenly, the whole Black Sea water surged. Endless black aura enveloped the Tana's water god temple. The sea water suddenly sank deeply, with the temple as the center forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, the sky was dark. A vast aura enveloped everyone, making their legs feel weak. Roar! The black aura, accompanied by a series of roars, condensed in the temple and formed a huge black shadow. It was 10,000 meters tall. 2 long goat horns hung behind its back. Its bloody mouth opened to the sky as if it wanted to swallow 2 stars. A roar turned into a sound wave and rushed out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The aura of the gods, that is, Taotai. When Jin Wang saw the blurry black shadow, he was so scared that he almost spat out his tongue. Although it was only a blurry shadow, the pair of iconic goat horns and the murderous aura were the best proof. And when everyone heard this name, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Taotai, a divine beast that had been passed down for countless years. It was one of the 4 beasts, and it was said that it could swallow the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Taotai was born, it would cause countless bloody lights, and the heaven and earth would be in chaos. Since ancient times, there had been many incidents of Taotai being born. Every time, there would be a bloodbath, and blood would flow like a river. Every time this happened, there would be countless strong cultivators who would join forces to besiege Taotai. However, as a divine beast, although it was a ferocious beast, it was not so easy to destroy. Every time it died, it would disappear and hibernate until the next time it revived. Taotai of this generation, has it been born again? It is actually in the Tana's water god temple. Jin Wang said as he stretched out his hand to block the oncoming wind. if Tao Tai was really born, then this group of people would be bathed in blood. Since ancient times, who knew how many strong cultivators had been born to subdue Tao Tai, but none of them had been able to completely kill it. Even the seal could not seal it forever. No, this is just a shadow. Yuan Qian's fourth uncle looked at it seriously for a while, then shook his head and said, hearing this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the real Tao Tai, then it would be fine. If the ferocious beast that was said to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth was really here, then it would probably be able to wipe them all out in one bite. Tao Ye's shadow suddenly looked over, and its two blood-red eyes that were several times larger than a person stared at everyone. A murderous aura suddenly rose, making everyone shudder. Even if it was just a shadow, this godlike aura was real. Roar. Tao Tai suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud roar that shattered the surrounding space, revealing a black void. One could even see the void crack open, revealing a little bit of golden color. The roar turned into a solid sound wave, like a storm with the temple as the center. It rushed towards the dozens of ships at lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the space became distorted and even collapsed. The abnormally terrifying energy made everyone's face turn pale. The few divine kings trembled, and together with Yuan Shao and the others, they worked together to open a huge energy barrier. The thick energy barrier immediately spread out. Kacha! Bang! Almost instantly, the sound wave collided with the energy barrier, causing the latter to shatter immediately. The few of them groaned and staggered back. Their faces were pale, and they looked a little shocked. They did not expect that the few of them together would be so weak. Activate the eternal weapon. It's too late. Just as Jin Wang took out a golden bottle and was about to activate it, the terrifying sound wave arrived unexpectedly. The majestic force of the sound wave shocked everyone. Void, escape. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to take out the Netherworld Ruins sword, Lon Xian, who was standing beside him, made a few abstruse hand seals at lightning speed. Then she shouted in a delicate voice. When this voice rang out, the entire ship rapidly turned transparent and illusory. In just a short moment, it actually disappeared. The corporeal sound wave also swept through the place at that moment, exploding into a monstrous wave. Behind it, there were even a few ships that were shattered with a bang. 2 seconds after the sound wave passed, Long Xianin suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at Lon Xian in surprise. At that moment, they even saw the pitch-black void, as if they had merged with it. Humph! As soon as she appeared, Lon Xian's pretty face turned pale. She groaned, and her delicate body swayed. Her originally solid body became a little more transparent. The sound wave just now had directly transmitted into the void, causing her to be slightly injured. When Yun Nuoshing saw this, he quickly reached out to hold her. Then his soul power rushed out from his glabella and flowed into her body. I'm fine. Lon Xian shook her head and forced a smile at Yun Nuoshing. Her weak look made her look pitiful. Yun Nuoshing was a little heartbroken. He quickly took out the heavenly halberd and placed Lon Xian in it. This time, Lon Xian did not resist and went into the heavenly halberd obediently. Charge in. Jin Wang held the golden bottle tightly in his hand. A layer of golden energy shrouded them. With a low shout, he controlled Long Xianin and sped toward the divine hall. Yun Nuoshing looked at the golden bottle, which was less than a foot tall, with trepidation. A great pressure made his heart tremble. However, when this feeling appeared, the whirlpool zither in his heart vibrated slightly. A faint energy leaked out and enveloped Yun Nuoshing. Then the pressure disappeared. An eternal weapon doesn't seem to be as powerful as a Godhead weapon. Yun Nuoshing could not help but shake his head. Although an eternal weapon was forged by a deity, it seemed to be inferior to a weapon that was infused with a Godhead. There are several waves of energy. When this great pressure appeared, the shrouded ships nearby also had similar waves of energy. Obviously, other people had brought their eternal weapons with them. Roar! Tao Tai opened its mouth once again, and the roar transformed into a substantial sound wave. It swept out with lightning speed, and the entire world shook violently. The roar was deafening, and everyone quickly covered their ears. However, it was directly transmitted to their soul. Someone directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell face up to the sky, and fainted. Bang! The substantial black sound wave swept out and came into contact with the golden energy barrier, causing the latter to shake violently. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse, but it did not shatter. Kacha! Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the golden barrier. Through the crack, a faint, black gas drifted in. Speed up! Rush over! Jin Jinwang's face twitched. He did not expect the eternal weapon to be unable to withstand the roar. However, this was the result of him activating the weapon. If the deity activated it himself, the result would not be like this. When everyone heard this, they quickly transferred their energy into the dragon Xian Silver. However, the closer they got, the harder it was to move forward. Their speed was severely limited. Even Yao Hua tried his best to transfer the light element. Yun Nuoshing quickly placed the Netherworld Ruin Sword on the small golden bottle. The purple-black and golden energy fused together and closed the crack immediately. Then a trace of light element leaked out. Roar! The two blood-red eyes of Tao Tai flashed. The phantom of Tao Tai stared at Yun Nuoshing's ship. It slowly opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar like thunder. Then a thick black gas suddenly condensed in its mouth. A drop of black light the size of a fist gathered in its mouth. The dazzling light lit up half the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the space directly. And this was just the overflowing energy. Boom! The majestic energy shook the entire world. The huge whirlpool below expanded. Yun Nuoshing and the others were about to rush to the edge of the whirlpool. It's aiming at us. Jin Jinwang's expression changed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of blood essence into the golden bottle in his hand. Buzz! As soon as the drop of blood essence entered the bottle, the small golden bottle suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Moreover, there was a fluctuation similar to that of a human's mind. Its consciousness was about to awaken. Gather! Yun Nuoshing's handsome face paled when he saw the vast amount of energy. He hurriedly went to the bow of the ship with the Nethervoid sword in hand. With a wave of his hand, he took out all of his god artifacts. Dozens of flames and purple night flames surged out from his body. The purple flame was in the center. Dozens of colorful flames quickly revolved around it. The divine tools were also in the middle of the flames at this moment. The Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong's sword were directly on either side of the purple flame. Dazzling golden energy flowed rapidly in Yun Nuoshing's body. Even her eyes turned golden. Her entire body seemed to be cast from gold. She looked incomparably holy. 9 heavens soul-subduing formation. Condense! Yun Nuoshing made a hand seal with lightning speed. Golden energy rushed out of her body with a shout, enveloping all the divine tools and flames. A golden formation tens of thousands of feet in size suddenly formed in front of her. There were even countless bolts of golden lightning leaping around the formation. As soon as the formation was formed, It shrank from tens of thousands of feet in size to a few hundred feet in size. Although it had shrunk, the energy it contained had become even more terrifying. Even Jin Wang and the others felt their hearts tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Heaven refining formation. Yun Nuoxing did not stop. His hand seals changed continuously, and his voice was like thunder. The void suddenly broke open, and 3 indigo blue formations appeared. Immediately, the power of the stars, the dragon veins in the sea, and the energy of heaven and earth were all sucked over, causing the energy of heaven and earth to suddenly become chaotic. As soon as the 3 formations appeared, they fused with the golden formation in a triangular formation. Afterwards, they began to revolve slowly, distorting space slightly. As more and more energy of the stars surged into the 4 formations from Yun Nuoxing, the colorful energy became more and more powerful. At the very center, a droplet of golden light finally appeared silently within the colorful energy. As soon as the golden light appeared, a terrifying energy surged out. The energy in the surroundings was compressed into the golden light like ripples. All the energy within a radius of several hundred feet was devoured in the blink of an eye. The golden light gradually expanded at the same time. "Little boy, let me help you." Seeing this, Yuan Qian hurriedly placed her lily-white hand on Yun Nuoxing's back. Waves of black demonic energy flowed into Yun Nuoxing's body through her lily-white hand. Then, the demonic energy was channeled into the 4 rapidly rotating formations by the soul-burning technique. Behind the former, Yuan Qi and the others also hurriedly channeled their energy over. What a terrifying energy! When they saw the golden light, Jin Wang and the others, who were in charge of defense, felt their hearts skip a beat. They immediately became excited. Then, they hurriedly channeled their energy into the small golden bottle, causing the golden energy barrier to appear even more solid. However, when Yun Nuoxing saw this energy, she still felt a little unconfident. Her heart trembled violently as she looked at the Taotia's illusory figure that was countless times denser than before. At this moment, Xian suddenly ran to his side. Just as the latter was about to ask her to step back, she directly formed a seal with her hands. Then, he clearly felt that the 5 elements in the sky seemed to be attracted by something and were suddenly attracted over. Meanwhile, a 5-colored light appeared on Xian's body, making her seem even more mysterious and moving. 5 elements heavenly formation. Her hand seal paused, and a delicate shout came out from her rosy little mouth. Behind their ears, everyone saw an energy formation with a 5-pointed star suddenly being drawn rapidly in the sky. At the bottom right corner of the 5-pointed star, a dense brown energy was flickering like a star. The other 4 corners were empty, and there was nothing. However, the energy that was being released was not weak. Xian's charming face reddened. She suddenly leaned into Yun Nuoxing's embrace and placed her lily-white hands on the latter's 2 jade-like palms. The golden energy and the 5-colored energy suddenly merged perfectly. At this moment, the 5 elements heavenly formation also overlapped with the 4 rotating formations. A 5-colored, mostly brown energy wrapped around the golden light, causing its energy to suddenly increase by several times. 5. 5. 5. 5 elements body. As soon as the 5-colored formation appeared, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Jin Wang and other figures of the older generation all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that their little hearts could not bear this shocking news. How did the 2 rarest constitutions in the world get together? When Yao Hua and the others heard this news while they were working together to defend, they were almost scared out of their wits. Then they stared at the gorgeous girl, who had been wearing a hat all this time, and felt their mouths go dry. Yun Nuoshing had the most powerful constitution in the world, but his partner Xian had the five elements body, which was second only to him. Damn it, did they not want others to live? If these two people succeeded, wouldn't they join hands to dominate the world? We can't completely cancel it out, but we just have to endure it. Yun Nuoshing did not have the time to care about their thoughts. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with a serious expression. His figure had been locked on. If he could not endure this attack, it would be useless even if he rushed over. His brows were tightly knitted together. They could not directly defeat this Taoyue's shadow. If they had succeeded, they could have tried. Now, all they could do was try to stop it because they were very close to the edge of the black vortex. Just as he was about to take out the swirling zither, the ball of bewitching purple flames suddenly flickered, and a purple flame fell down. Then, a graceful figure appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing. Her purple dress swayed in the wind, and her delicate oval face was full of seriousness. Yun Nuoshing was shocked when he saw Ziyi come out. He knew that this girl would not come out for no reason. Now that she had come out, it was obvious how serious the situation was. The sudden appearance of the girl made everyone look at her. Jin Jinwang and the others were delighted, but Yuan Qian and the others had never seen Ziyi before, so they were a little confused. Ziyi suddenly sucked in a cold breath when she saw the Taoyue's shadow. Her pretty face paled a little. Then she looked at so many people and could not help but say angrily, "How did you provoke such a big guy?" Everyone laughed bitterly and shook their heads. Ziyi was so angry that she could not help but stomp her foot when she saw them like this. Then she stood at the front, crossed her slender legs, and opened her arms a little. With a thought, the aura of a god emperor suddenly erupted. Everyone was shocked, and Yun Nuoshing and the others almost broke through. Countless energy matrices were engraved under her jade feet. Then 2 moons, 1 scarlet, and 1 ice blue suddenly floated high up in the several hundred zhang space. Under the light, purple moonlight, everyone felt that there was an additional stream of pure star power in their bodies. Their strength increased a few times at this moment, which shocked everyone. Purple Night Domain. This was the Purple Night Dark Flames domain. In this moment of crisis, Ziyi had no choice but to release it. Just as this domain was released, the endless power of the stars suddenly poured down from the 2 moons. Ziyi's 2 bright eyes seemed to be burning, and purple flames gushed out from her delicate body. Then, in an instant, they turned into a purplish-black color, and the blazing heat caused the temperature of the air to rise rapidly. The purple-black flames enveloped her, and Yun Nuoshing and the 5 magic matrices were also infected by the flames. Meanwhile, the 2 moon discs rapidly descended and turned into 100 feet in size. They rapidly rotated around the drop of golden light. Roar! Just as the 2 moon discs started to rotate, the Taoyue's shadow suddenly opened its mouth to the maximum. The ball of black light suddenly released a few extremely resplendent beams of light, and it suddenly expanded. Then, boom! A huge black energy beam of light that was 100,000 feet in size was released with a deafening boom. It charged towards Yun Nuoshing and the others at the speed of light, like a wild beast. Purple Night Hexagram. Ziya's expression was solemn. Her hand seals changed at lightning speed, and as her hand seals changed, a hexagram array suddenly appeared. With the 2 rapidly rotating moons as the ends, it overlapped with the several magic matrices. 9 heavens spirit concealment array, spirit concealment suppressing the 9 heavens. Yun Nuoshing roared at the sky. Veins popped out on her forehead, and golden energy seemed to surge out endlessly. It poured into the magic matrices, and at this moment, the drop of golden light suddenly erupted with resplendent light. It transformed into a huge golden energy beam of light that shot towards the black light beam.